to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. My beautiful people, happy Friday. How's everyone doing tonight? Hopefully y'all have had a wonderful Friday, ending off the work week. If y'all work Monday through Friday, I know some of y'all don't. Some of y'all work other days too, but hopefully the week's been good to y'all. So thank you for joining me tonight. So happy to be here with y'all. You know, it's a special day for many reasons, but one of the main reasons is because today is my mother's birthday, who's in heaven. So this day, you know, it's bittersweet in many ways. It's because it's her birthday, but she's not here, but I still go out and celebrate her anyways. And the other reason is because it's my 1-year channel anniversary today. And I can't believe it's been a freaking year since I've been on here with y'all and joined, you know, YouTube and started this channel. So I thought about taking tonight off just because it was my mom's birthday, but it didn't feel right to do that because of it also being my 1-year channel anniversary. So I decided to work tonight, and it only seemed right to spend this evening with y'all instead of, you know, doing something else. So thank you, everybody, for being here with me and spending this special day and evening with me. So welcome in, beautiful people. I'm happy to see y'all. And I see already people came in. And Eternal, I did get your message. I got it right before I came on. So I'm going to try and give people a few minutes to get here because apparently people aren't getting the notifications for when I go live lately. So Eternal being one of them. He said the last couple of nights he didn't get a notification that I was coming online, you know, tonight, last night. So if it wasn't for me having a set schedule, I guess half of y'all probably wouldn't show up if y'all didn't get the notification. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here. So let me say hi to y'all. Hi, Catherine. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, blue's one of my favorite colors. It just so happens to be my mama's favorite color. Hey, Bob. How you doing, baby? Thank you. Hi, Eternal. Hi, Daphne. You didn't get one either, Catherine? I don't know what's going on with YouTube. It just, I have no idea. And I can't control it, so all I could do is let them know that people aren't getting the notifications and see if something changes or something gets fixed. So that's odd. Hi, David. Hi, Sunnyland. How you doing, beautiful? How you feeling? I wonder why people aren't getting their notifications. It's strange. Hi, Eric. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. You'll be back later. All right, baby. Sounds good. Hi, Melissa. How you doing, beautiful? Yeah, I mean, that really stinks because I really, you know, and I meant to make a post earlier today, but things got crazy over here again. It seems like most times I never get a chance to go through and do what I plan on doing anymore, but I'm gravy, Sunnyland. Thank you for asking, beautiful. You gotta make dinner for the missus. Oh, I understand, baby. You go ahead and make dinner for your beautiful girlfriend. She deserves it, baby. I understand. Oh, no, nothing happened. Other than my cats kept me up half the night. Hello, Tony. So, I had Wolfie locked in the bedroom with me, and Toby was out in the living room on the couch with him. And, yeah, Wolfie want to go through and play footsies with Toby underneath the door. Can't wait to hear it, the boy. I don't know, Eric. Maybe. Wait and see, baby. Hopefully you won't be away too long, baby, because we're going to play some games. And I was going to give away a couple of things, so you may want to join for that, baby. I'll try and wait for you. Because I know I'll wait for a couple of people. Because I know some people, y'all are on different time zones, so. Hi, Darby. Beautiful. I got your messages earlier, and I was trying to get back to you, and I just got sidetracked. I never get a chance to do everything I set out to do, it seems like, anymore. So, Darby, you tell me how you want me to do it, beautiful. Do you want to announce it, or I can announce it? But we can't do it yet, because I still need to get, from a few people, their guesses first, because I didn't get them Wednesday night. Hi, Moonchild. Hi, Spring Valley. San Diego, California. Wow. I'm a Cali girl, but I don't live there anymore. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I'd rather you announce it because it's your news, honey. So, but yeah, we'll wait. Let me get everyone else's guesses first that I need so I can put them in the raffle. Hi, Moonchild. How you doing, beautiful? And, I thought your goodie box was gonna arrive today, but it didn't. So I don't know what happened with the mail, but it's not here, beautiful, just so you know. Let's see. Thank you for doing that. I saw someone. Oh, that's cool. Spring Valley. I have no idea where that's at, honey. I'm from Los Angeles County, California. I've only been to San Diego a couple times, and that was to go to SeaWorld down there when my family took us down there as kids. I still got family in California. Most of my family's there, in fact, but I haven't been home in a long time. Hi, Chris. Hi, Bailey. How you doing? Hey, Nancy. So, like, the last time I flew home was 2014. That was the last time I was home. So, I know I need to make a trip home soon. Orange Valley Airport. I've never even heard of it. The only two airports I know in California is LAX and Ontario. That's it. Because those are the two that I would fly into to come home for a visit. So that's cool. So beautiful people. For those of y'all who were here Wednesday and paid for a mini reading, I need to get y'all's guesses. Some of y'all I got, but I didn't get everyone else. I didn't get everyone's. So I could throw y'all in the raffle. And Miss Darby, I'm keeping your name out of the raffle, beautiful, because you're already gonna get a private one-on-one reading from me. So I think that's only fair. Oh, well, thank you, Spring Valley. That's very sweet of you. No, Melissa, not Burbank. I grew up in Pasadena. So if you think of where the Rose Parade is at every year, where the Rose Bowl Stadium is for the college football team, I used to live near there. Like not even 5-10 minutes down the road from it. And I have family like over there by Disneyland. I have family in Torrance. I have family in Long Beach, San Pedro area. But I do have family up north in Sacramento too. And last I checked, I still had family like in Banning. So I mean, they were spread out in California. I did have people in San Diego that weren't family technically, but they were, you know, friends of the family, but they passed away some years ago. So, but yeah, I miss it. I miss living there. I miss my family most of all, but I must admit, I do miss living there just because everything is right there. It's a lot different than living here in Georgia. And because I'm not, you know, I'm not in Atlanta. Like I'm about 2 hours northeast of Atlanta Airport. But so I'm far away from the city. And where I'm at, I'm more in the country, in the sticks. So there's nothing near me. Other than cow pastures and horses and things like that. Oh, really? To Texas? Yeah, I've never been to Texas. Except for I've flown through the airport once. That's right, Melissa. No more freeways out here. It's called highways. You're right. But every once in a while, I'll still say freeway instead of highway. And people look at me crazy like, what? You know, I think I throw everybody off, especially because I got a southern accent. Oh, that's cool, Timothy. Well, thank you for his service. My dad was in the Army. I didn't know that until after he passed away, though. No more barbecues at Cookout. Yeah. Once in a while, I'll still hear people refer to it as a barbecue. But you're right. There's many different things that's different. That they call things differently than California. So, it's pretty funny. Hey, Luke. I'm gravy, baby. Thank you for asking how you doing. But yeah, I miss it. I miss, you know, but I miss my family most of all. I miss being near the beach. Yeah, doo-doo. Yeah, you would never be that lucky for me to ever want you. And I ain't that desperate. Ivan Yaka. If I didn't say that right, I'm sorry. Y'all excited for the reveal? I'm sure y'all are. I'm excited for y'all to find out. I'm sure Dari's over there just bursting. Just can't wait to tell y'all the gender. I can't wait for y'all to find out either. So, all right, beautiful people. I'm going to start with keywords. No, actually. because this normally starts things off. No, that's what's the news. I got the right deck. So, let's see what's the news. Hopefully it stays positive. Thank you, Moonchild. Appreciate you, beautiful. Okay. Let's see. What Spirit want to talk to y'all about tonight? Hi, Julio. Alright, Spirit. What's the news? Memories. Y'all reminiscing about somebody. Could be an ex-lover, partner, but it doesn't have to be. I think for some of y'all it is. I think for others it's possibly a good friend. I'm picking up on someone that you've been thinking a lot about, a close friend that you lost contact with. I'm getting the number even 4 years. So, I also have chain at the bottom of my deck. So, for some of y'all, this is like, if this is an ex-love or even someone that maybe you just got involved with, I really feel like, you know, this relationship felt like a heavy weight. Maybe you were codependent on them, or it felt more like a codependent relationship. And I get the feeling like for some of y'all, it was something that came to an abrupt end. Like there was no rhyme or reason. Like you didn't get any answers why it ended. Okay. What else, Spirit? Memories. So y'all want to go down memory lane. Let me move these cards real quick. Alright. What else, Spirit? Oh dear. Somebody's got a fatal attraction. No, I'm kidding. Somebody's obsessed though. Snack. Obsession. Physical attraction. Sex appeal. So who out here has an obsession with somebody? I do pick up on an obsessive energy. Or even for some of y'all, I feel like someone has their eyes on you if you're single, looking for love. I feel like someone finds you physically attractive. But I gotta warn some of y'all, I'd be careful about that energy, because whoever this is, I don't like whoever's single, but you are not in a relationship. But maybe you're looking. Whoever this person is that, you know, you either find attractive or they find you attractive, I don't feel like they will be a good mate, and I'll just leave it there. You got a stalker? Well, yeah, I just got a card like that at the bottom, so I didn't want to say it though. I'm trying not to bring the room down just yet. I'm trying to keep the energy high vibration. So that's why I normally sometimes I have to put this deck down, because it takes me down a road I don't want to go down with y'all. So my energy doesn't get drained out of me so quickly right away. What else, Spirit? So I'm sorry about that, Catherine. I know the feeling though, girlfriend. Next one is numbing. Some of y'all are relying on substances to help numb your pain. You're not wanting to deal with the reality of something in life. This could be because a relationship ended. For some of y'all, feel like this person, like from your past, has been heavily on your mind. And it's been hard to release them and let them go. I feel like if you are using alcohol or any other some substances to numb the pain, Spirit's wanting you to take a step forward and look at getting help. They want you to cleanse yourself of this. Because I even have cleanse at the bottom of my deck. Like, I'm not making this up. So you need to like cleanse yourself of all of this. And it's time to deal with the ending of this relationship, or, you know, the pain that came with it. So you can be sober and clean and start, you know, over, start a new life. And I feel like if you learn to get control of your addictions, that you'll see there's more to life than just this person. Um, and I know sometimes it's harder to let go of people, but, you know, it's like that old saying, you know, if you love someone, let them go. And if they, you know, love you and it's meant to be, they'll come back. And that's what you gotta, you know, keep in mind. You know, as I always say to y'all, what's meant for you will never pass you by. And that includes people. So, beautiful people, try not to get caught up in all that substances. It's not good for you. I want to see y'all clean and sober, not relying on something to numb the pain. So, try and get help, please. Seek professional help. Oh, dear. Y'all nasty, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all got some dirty fantasies. Y'all pulling out some of them whips and chains, kinky ways. Hey, I don't want to hear about it, y'all. I'm just saying. This card popped out, so some of y'all got some kinky ways, some kinky fetishes that maybe you don't want, you know, anyone to know about. Wow. Next one is skirt, quick getaway, the runner, escaping. Someone's trying to run away, escape. What are you running away from? I feel like some of y'all are running away from like this past relationship that you don't want it to end. Others, I feel like y'all are running away from y'all's darker selves, your shadow self. That's what Spirit just said. You're not wanting to recognize the flaws in you that could be holding you back, that could be blockages that's preventing you from moving forward or being able to achieve whatever goals or dreams you have in mind. So Spirit wants you to try and figure out how to release that, you know, negativity, the way you look at yourself, to unblock yourself so you can, you know, keep moving ahead instead of getting stuck or being in stagnant energy. But stop running away from reality. That's not going to fix it, and it's not going to go away either. Still going to be there. Oh, jeez. Why, Spirit? No, that one stays. Next one, repo. Default on payments, financially incapable, repossessed assets. Some of y'all might be facing some hardships right now financially. Some of y'all might have had something recently repossessed from you, a car, a home, or it's getting ready to happen. And to whoever this is, I'm truly sorry. I hate to watch anyone have to go through that. It's not easy. I get that, and I get that can knock you, you know, down to earth and make you, you know, want to crawl in a hole and give up. But don't give up. You know, there's another day to fight again. And whatever you feel like you've been, you know, you're losing, there's always an opportunity that will present itself for you to regain what you feel like you've lost. And sometimes, beautiful people, let me tell you, it may even turn out better than you could have ever expected it. You know, for those of y'all who've been here before and have heard my story, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. So don't look at it like it's the end. You know, sometimes, you know, the universe has to shake our world up in order to wake us up, to get us out of that complacent energy. You know, it's that energy of learning to become uncomfortable. you know, being comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's when the universe challenges us and, you know, brings us to our stronger selves. And y'all are stronger than y'all give yourselves credit for. So don't forget that. All right. Hi 420. How you doing, baby? What else, Spirit? Cuffing season. Yeah, I guess y'all been let out of y'all's and y'all know I'm playing with y'all what I'm fixing to say. Y'all got let out of y'all's basement apparently. Y'all want to get out there and mingle, and you know it's that time of year, beautiful people. Y'all looking to meet new people, you know, make a new connection, you know, start over, maybe start fresh. Just get out there, put yourself out there, meet new people. Whether you're looking for a romantic relationship or not, it's always good to mingle out with, you know, out in the world and, you know, meet new people. That you know brings a lot of enjoyment to your life. It helps you evolve and grow, and there's so much you can learn from other people. You know, I'm one of those people. Like I enjoy meeting new people all the time. I always learn something new from someone, and you know, it's not, you know, me having to you know, necessarily am I looking for advice from others? Not necessarily, but I do enjoy talking to other people, especially people older than me, because I learn a heck of a lot from them. So if y'all looking for love and y'all feel like y'all been like locked up in the cage in the house, you know, here it is. Spirit saying it's time to uncuff yourself and put yourself out there. One more, Spirit. I know 420, cuffing season. I thought cuffing season was like what? Like from what, September, October until Valentine's Day? I didn't even know what cuffing season was until a few years ago. When I heard somebody on the radio station mention, I'm like, what? It's cuffing season. And then she explained what it was. I was like, oh. I was never in the cuffing season thing. So, never did that. Wasn't looking to be, you know. So, with some of y'all on the hunt, happy hunting. That's all I'm gonna say. That didn't sound right. Oh, okay. I know it's time to put this deck down now. Last one. Red flag. Warning signs. Take heed. Risky situation. And it just happens to come out after cuffing season. So y'all take, you know, I suggest y'all take this sign to be careful. Let's see. How do I put this, Spirit? My ladies, make sure that if you get involved with anyone that they wear a raincoat, and guys, I suggest you carry those too. Don't go being stupid. Okay? Don't look at me. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what Spirit just told me. So someone might end up pregnant who don't want to be, and you just never know anymore with people. So I ain't gonna be one of them. All right. Let's see. Hi, Conley Luda. How you doing, baby? Let me get the keywords and pull out a few of these real quick. I had to go through my love oracle decks that I just got in, figure out which ones is for what, because there's several different varieties. Oh, gotta watch that Rue bid. What are you talking about, 420? Y'all are talking to Bob, apparently. Okay. Alright, Spirit. Keywords, please. What you got, Spirit? What are the keywords? First keyword, goat. Sure-footedness, desire, reverie, navigates hard places with ease, faith, creative energy, aspiration, tranquility. The few words that stand out on here is desire, navigation, navigates hard. Oh my gosh, that don't even sound right. And creative energy. So I feel like y'all are trying to move forward. There's something that you've been inspired by to work on. This is some type of project. It doesn't have to involve work. This can even involve something in your personal life. But you have a great desire and aspiration to create something, to bring your creative energy full circle. For some of y'all, y'all are artists yourselves. So I feel like y'all are in the process of creating some artwork that you're looking at possibly selling to use as, you know, like a side hustle to make some extra money, or even possibly to start a business with. But I get a creative energy, and you know, you're very inspired right now to create, and that desire to push, you know, forward, push ahead, especially if you've been experiencing some doubts or blockages recently. Next keyword, Spirit. And dang, it's raining hard right now. Oh, Spirit. Speaking of rain, next keyword is rain. Cleansing. Look at the bright side. Silver lining. Tears that heal. Healing. Going within. Soul searching. Growth potential. Washes away what was. I feel like for many of y'all, this is about cleansing. It's a time for healing. It's a time for going within and doing some deep soul searching within yourself. I feel like I'm picking up on an energy of someone who doesn't seem to value themselves enough, doesn't see their positive characteristics and traits. I'm even picking up on someone else, like a lonely energy of someone that possibly hasn't been in love ever and is looking for love, or someone who hasn't been in a romantic relationship in many, many years and is now wanting to find love. Maybe you've been looking for love, but you know, you just haven't found anyone yet. Spirit showing me that you still got some deep rooted healing that needs to be addressed first before you really put yourself out there to pursue romantic relationship, because otherwise you're going to end up bringing some toxicity to that relationship if you know, when you do find someone and make that connection, which could set it up for failure. And I would hate to see that if there's, you know, a big, you know, chance that it will make it and go the long haul. So do some shadow work on yourself. I know that's a hard, you know, road to go down. I know it's hard to have that hard, deep conversation with yourself, even with the universe. But don't minimize who you are as a person either. You know, if people have been telling you for a long time that you're no good, you're not good enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not handsome enough, whatever that is, don't believe them. You know, look within. You know, stop focusing on the superficial stuff. Look within. And that's where you got to work on that healing. Because that's what's going to gravitate people towards you, more so than just physical appearances. So go within. What else, Spirit? 5, you're so sure it's a boy. I don't know about that, baby. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Next one is bounce, keyword. And this one came out last night. Gratitude, be happy, grateful, great attitude. Life can't keep you down, bounce back. And the last 2 words, life can't keep you down, bounce back. That's what Spirit wants to remind y'all. Life can't keep you down, bounce back. Be willing, you know, to get back up, you know, when you fall down, when you fail, when you didn't meet your, you know, goal, when you didn't meet the finish line, or maybe you didn't meet your own expectations or others, you know, whether it's having to meet a deadline, you know, maybe for, if you're in school, for a homework assignment, a project, or in your career, maybe you didn't meet your boss's deadline, and, you know, because something happened. You know, you feel like it's the end of the world. Maybe you're in fear you're going to lose your job as a result of it. Even if you do, Spirit's still saying there's room to grow and, you know, bounce back, get back up. You know, there will still be more opportunities that come. You know, that one thing, that one or, you know, couple of things isn't a reason to not get back up and keep going and charging ahead. Yeah, white rabbit. What do you mean 420? It is a white rabbit. Someone dressed up as a white rabbit. Looks kind of scary too. What else, Spirit? Well, I can't make it up. You know, next keyword is horse. High horse. Dependable to own. Detriment. Faulty foundation. In need of work. Workhorse. Fine outside. Unstable inside. Proud. Yeah, some of y'all, like, you know, I was just saying, bounce back with, you know, this card. You know, what sticks out on here with this horse card is, I feel like some of y'all, yeah, are in need of work. Others, you know, you do put on this front, like, you look like you're fine on the outside, but you're not fine on the inside. And I just don't believe it's a coincidence that it came out after this card. So, again, Spirit wants to remind y'all, you know, keep moving forward. Even if you don't feel like you're fine or things are going in the route you want them to, it again doesn't mean it's the end of the world. That there will be new things that will come towards you. Stay focused, stay positive. Don't allow it to, you know, overwhelm you or think you got nothing good to offer, whether that's a job, an employer, a relationship, whether that's friendship, family, romantic, even for yourself. You know, don't ever forget about yourself either. You got to give all that love and time and attention to yourself in order, if you want others to love you in the same way or see you in the same light. So be good to yourself. One more. And that lightning was close. Yeah, Sunnyland, it was thunder and lightning. So that was a lightning strike. It was close. Yeah, and this is the best time when spirits are active because they get energy off the rain and the lightning storms. Yeah, I jumped. I definitely wasn't expecting it. Alright. Last keyword, tape. Very sticky situation, cutting things away in order to hold things together, fixing things. Are y'all trying to keep things together that, you know, need to fall apart. I feel like that's true for some of y'all. There's something you're holding on to too tightly that you need to let go. Let go and, you know, let God guide is what I just heard. You know, if it's meant to stay together, you know, it will. But if it's meant to fall apart, which I'm picking up for some of y'all, it's meant to fall away from you, allow it, release it. Don't try and, you know, take control of it. It's only going to drive you crazy. And then you're going to really suffer when it falls apart, no matter how hard you try to hold it together. And, you know, for someone out there, you know, this is for you mentally and emotionally. Don't try and make, you know, it appear like you're doing all right when you're not. Um, Spirit wants you to know that there are people out there who love you, whether you believe it or not. They want you to know that. They want you to know that you're a special being and you weren't, you know, just put here just, you know, to be placed here. There's a greater purpose for your life here. So don't lose sight, don't lose hope. You know, turn to ones that you do love and you feel like you can trust so they can help lift you up and encourage you. Okay. Put that down now. A couple of spiritual symbols and then I'll get into the tarot. I told y'all, it seems like it rains here all the freaking time. Like, I don't understand it. You know, just moving an hour and a half away from where I used to live, where my old house is. And yeah, I'm about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from where I was living before I moved here for a year when I was living in the mountains. And the weather is just crazy. You know, it seems like it rains more here than it did in both those areas. And I noticed the wind seems to, we get a lot more wind gusts, it seems, than it did in the other two areas I lived in prior. Aww. You're welcome, Sunnyland. Thank you, sweetheart. Hi, beautiful people that came in the room. Welcome. I'm doing a collective reading, so if you're here, this is meant for you too. It's a general collective. So I'm just pulling the last few oracle cards, and then I'll get into the tarot spread that I pulled. All right, spirit, spiritual symbols. I hope y'all are having a good Friday. See, I would be that crazy person right now. When I was a kid, I would get on my bike, my 10-speed. I was so proud of that bike. I had to have it. I remember when I saw it and I told my mom, it's like, I gotta have that bike. I want that bike. And I think she called my dad in California and asked him to send some money so she can get me the bike. And she did. She surprised me for Christmas that year. It was supposed to be from Santa Claus, but I already knew they were Santa Claus, so. But I had to, you know, play along for my baby brother because he still believed. But I used to ride that 10-speed around the neighborhood all the time. And I was that crazy child that I would get out there in the middle of the rainstorms and ride around the neighborhood. And even when it started thunder and even saw some lightning, I was still out there. Like, it's amazing how I didn't get, you know, struck by lightning. I was asking for it. So, but I used to love doing that with my brother. Alright, spirit. On support. Alright, spirit. What spiritual symbols, please? And know y'all are being divinely guided, okay? Y'all are getting divine support. And I know that. I mean, my spirit guides confirmed that, but I also know that because that's the overall theme of tonight's reading. Okay, Spirit. That's too many freaking cards. You crazy. Alright. First spiritual symbol. Protect yourself. Power struggles lead to being manipulative. So, the divine and your spirit team wants to remind you, to protect yourself. Don't get in a power struggle with people. Don't, release your power to, others to control you either. But don't allow others to manipulate you to get what, they want. And some people will try, you know. I've seen people really try and push to manipulate someone, even their emotions. Or like someone that, will just throw out a big, huge, like, guilt trip. Don't you fall for that. So protect yourself from that type of energy. Especially if you have people in your life like that who would try and, use you or take advantage of you. Tell them go kick rocks. Oh, Spirit. That dropped. Next one is the moon. End of a cycle. Transitions. Fertility. Secrets being revealed. Higher wisdom. Figure something out intuitively. Magic. Yeah, this is still a transitional period for many of y'all. And I feel like, as you're going through this transitional period, the other word that sticks out on here is fertility. And that makes me think of abundance, creative energy, which came out on one of the other cards. This is a prime time to really put together those ideas you've been working on. If you're wanting to create something, if you're wanting to produce something to present it to the world that's, a piece of you, like some type of artwork that you do. Even if you're into arts and crafts, maybe you rebuild cars. Maybe you even want to start a business, maybe like painting houses, whatever this is. Spirit saying this is the prime time to do it. It's a very abundant time for you. So start putting those ideas together, start putting a game plan together on how you're going to achieve that. And, be ready. Figure out, everything it entails. What's the cost? What's the startup cost to start a business or to, start, possibly entering, into, possibly even a contract for someone. I get contract for somebody out there. So you might get a big contract from somebody. Oh, thank you, Eternal. You're so sweet, baby. Appreciate you. Hi, Alejandro. How you doing, baby? Come on. One more, Spirit. Nope. Of course I would. Oh, way to go, Amanda. One more time. Anniversary cake. Oh, well, thank you, baby. I don't, yeah, I don't have any cake. I don't think I have any sweets in my house right now. Oh, wait. I got the Nutty Buddies back there. That's right. I swiped those from the kitchen. So. Alright, Spirit. One more. The Sun card Energetic. Your wish will come true. Fun, vitality, hope, strong sense of self, fearless, smooth sailing, good interpersonal relations. Yeah, I feel like Spirit's wanting to guide you um, to have hope, to be fearless, have that strong sense of self, be energetic, allow the world to see you in all your energetic, unique ways. You know, the beauty, the essence you present, that I feel like a lot of y'all hide away from the world. You don't allow the world to, get close to you that way to allow them to see and get to know you more. Spirit wants you to put some of that energy and shine your light outward. It's time for you to shine, is what they just said. So shine, beautiful people. For some of y'all, it's a crucial moment. Like, I get a pivotal moment, a turning point. It's the other thing I just picked up. Alright, I'll put this up now. Let me move something, y'all. I got stuff everywhere. Okay. Now, get into this tarot spread. I gotta get a new screen protector for my device, because I can't read crap. Okay, beautiful people. Again, beautiful people. This is a general collective reading. It's not a personal reading. Okay, so take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, don't force it to fit. So because it's not a personal reading, only portions of the entire reading may resonate and portions may not. If it all resonates, great. But if it doesn't, understand why. And know that this is a timeless reading. So if something, here doesn't resonate for you tonight, I feel that if you're here, you were meant to be here. So there's something here you still need to hear that may apply to you down the road. So if you should ever feel called to this reading, it'll be here for y'all to listen to it again. So I pulled a card and I asked Spirit, what the overall energy, what was the overall theme of tonight's reading. And I pulled this from my Kipper deck, I think is what it is. And I got divine support. So Spirit wants you to know you're divinely guided. You're being supported. So look for any of those, messages, synchronicities. Even if you're having dreams, maybe you pick up a message from someone else that resonates. Take it as a sign from the divine that you're here too. So you're being divinely guided is what they're showing me. So in y'all's recent recent past energy, Eight of Swords, y'all are overthinking something, getting caught up in those thoughts, especially late at night, not able to sleep. But for some of y'all, this is I just heard obsessing over someone in your life that you are either in a relationship with, and this feels more romantic, but it doesn't have to be, y'all. Or a friendship of some kind that maybe has the potential to turn romantic. Either way, you've been thinking about this person a lot, is what Spirit's showing me, because I even have the Two of Cups right here with it. And Two of Cups, normally, if you believe in twin flames, this person can be your twin flame. But it could also represent a soulmate. And a soulmate's kind of like a twin flame. But soulmates, don't have to be romantic. Many people always apply romantic only to it beautiful people. It doesn't always have to be romantic, because your soulmate can also be a family member or friend. It's just, it means that it's part of your soul tribe, who you incarnated in this life with, to be, with, to be part of their family or not. Um, and it's, usually someone you've had past lives with. So, Spirit showing me that, here recently in the recent past, you've been thinking a lot about this connection, about this person, and things are charging ahead. Things are moving forward at a rapid pace of speed, because I get the Eight of Wands with this. So I feel like there's been communication going back and forth. Someone could have even just drove a long distance to go see someone, or you flew somewhere to see someone, or they came to see you. So whoever this person is, though, I feel like they hold a big piece of your heart. Um, like I said, this feels more romantic, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a friend or family member too. In y'all's present energy, this is the Six of Pentacles, where y'all are looking to, you know, receive as much as you give into this relationship, whatever this relationship is for you. Um, I feel like y'all are looking for that balance, um, balance of the scales, to know that, people are going to have your back. This person's going to have your back and be there for you just as much as you've been there for them, and vice versa. And you're looking at this to grow. You're looking at all the avenues of, if this is something that is um, potentially long term, especially if we're talking romantic. Can this, relationship go the long mile, the long road, to the point of walking down the aisle? Um, and that's something I feel like y'all have been thinking about. Even someone's been dreaming about it. Like, you already have that answer. You know that this person in your life could be that forever partner that you can see yourself spending the rest of your life with, and there's nobody else but that person. And I feel like this relationship brings a lot of abundance. So if you're looking for someone who is going to be fair with you, who's going to give you as much as you give to them, Spirit's showing me they will, because I even get the Empress with this. So this person's like the Empress. Don't pay attention to gender. It could be an emperor, okay? But right here it's the Empress showing me very very mature, stable, secure, brings a lot to the table, just full of abundance, full of feminine energy, um, can provide a stable, solid foundation, that this relationship in your life can be built on if you're really looking at this for the long term. Um, but the Hangman did come out with it. So I feel like some of y'all need to look at this from a different angle too. There's something that I get for some of y'all, you're not willing, even though you would like to see lifelong with this person. I'm picking up on someone that I don't feel like you're ready just yet. I get like you're more, Spirit's saying you're more selfish right now. So if you really want this person and you really want to see this go the long haul, you're going to have to become more selfless. You're going to have to be willing to give as much in this as they give to you, which means, bring abundance, bring, your attention, your time, your energy, um, your resources, and it also means sacrifice, which, this is the Hangman. So you may have to learn how to be more selfless than selfish in order for this connection to work. In the middle, I get the Nine of Pentacles, and this is what you're after. You're after trying to create your life, this foundation, your stability, and to build this, vision you have for the long term, and laying down the groundwork for it, because Spirit's showing me, even though you're very abundant, this relationship that you're working on and you're building on still needs time. Um, and there, it means, having some patience too, for it to continue to build. Because I get the seven of Pentacles with this, which is telling me about having seeds planted in the ground and waiting for it to take root. You know, you can't expect something to grow that you're not giving time and attention to. You know, it's like watering a flower. You know, if you don't water it, what happens? It dies. So same thing as your relationship, same thing for your, you know, your foundation, your stability, your security. You have to put time and attention into what you want to build, what you're looking at growing. So if you ignore it and you don't give it that loving care, it's gonna fall away. Um, but it's gonna have to come with some patience. Patience and time is what Spirit's showing me. And if you can do that, your wishes will be fulfilled, is what Spirit's saying. Because here's the Nine of Cups. This is all about, you know, pretty much all of your dreams and wishes coming true, coming to fruition. So if this is what you want, Spirit's saying, here it is. They're showing you, yes, this can go the long road for this relationship, whatever your expectations are. But be willing to give just as much as you're wanting this person to give to you. The advice is to not be afraid. You know, some of y'all are hesitant. You're still unsure. Spirit saying not to be afraid. Like this person wants to give their time and attention and love to you as much as you want to give to them. So they want you, though, to be willing to allow your cup to overfill their cup. Allow your cup to overflow, to fill up this person's cup too. Because they're going to try and fill up your cup. They want to give you this cup of love. They want to share this life with you if you're willing to go along with it, which many of y'all are. I know this is something many of y'all are searching for. Um, if y'all are in a relationship right now and things have been difficult, Spirit's telling me hang in there. You know, maybe your partner just needs time for, you know, things to calm down, and maybe they need to get, you know, realigned with their self, and to um, give themselves that love and attention that maybe they feel like um, others aren't giving to them. I pick up on someone in your energy who does not think like they're the best fit for you. I even pick up on someone that, you know, feels like they don't understand why you pick them. And you're over there trying to fill up their cup, trying to remind them why you pick them. So if y'all are having trouble, you know, don't worry your head about it. You know, just be there, be attentive, give them your love, your time, and they will receive it well, and they will come back and fill up your cup too in the process. This is not going to be like one of those unbalanced relationships. I feel like it is, you know, fairly balanced. Um, but Spirit's wanting you to not be afraid. Have faith in this, because here's the Fool card. Have faith in this relationship. Have faith in what you have to give, but also have faith in what this person's going to give you. Even if things have not been presented to you just yet, for you to see what the potential of this relationship can be. Spirit's asking you to have faith. You know, just because you don't know it all yet doesn't mean it's not possible or it can't come to fruition. You still got to be patient. Nurture this relationship. Give it time to build, like these columns on this card. You know, that's the starting point. You still got a lot more missing. You know, you can't just, you know, live in a house, you know, with just 2 columns. More has to come, which takes time. You know, like Rome wasn't built overnight, as people say. So if you can make this your priority, your attention, you know, you'll have, you know, your fulfillment, your success, because here's the world card with it. In this deck, it's the universe, but it's the world. And your wishes will be fulfilled. And overall, you'll be in happiness. There'll be harmony here. Um, it doesn't mean it's always going to be easy. You know, nothing in life is. But Spirit showing me it's worth the time and energy and the investment. You know, if you can give to it, if you're ready. Spirit saying, here it is. And if you're already in a relationship, you know, don't give up on, you know, that person, and don't give up on what you've already built. You know, there's greater times ahead, is what I just heard. Because in the outcome, 10 of Cups, complete satisfaction, emotional, mental, spiritual fulfillment here. It doesn't get any better than this right here. This is what you're looking for. You want to know what the possible outcome is? Spirit's saying this is what it is. Again, does that mean y'all won't face some obstacles in order to get to this point or to hold on to this. Yes, there will still be challenges. And they're confirming that. Because I get the 5 of swords here. You know, there might be an outside energy that tries to maneuver their way in. Maybe they're trying to capture this person's heart that you're also trying to go after. So maybe there's a competition there, you know. Um, but also, I feel like for um, a few of y'all, there's an outside energy like interference, like a family member or a friend that might try to come in and challenge this relationship you're trying to build. I feel like someone's going to be in your ear saying, oh, that guy's not good enough for you, or that girl's not good enough for you. What are you wasting your time for? They're not worth the energy, the effort. There's going to be some of that. There's going to be that talk, which is going to force you to have to face a truth, you know. Do you really want to go along with it? You know, do you feel like this person's worth it? Do you feel like this person's worth, you know, other people trying to, you know, give them time and attention and maybe try and capture their heart just as much as you're trying to capture their heart? Um, are you ready to be that strong, stable person that's not going to get jealous, territorial, possessive in any kind of way to try and control, you know, this person or the relationship in order to make it secure for you to be confident in it? You know, are you going to, you know, are you ready to take on those challenges when maybe outside influences like family or friends, whether it's your family and friends or their family and friends, want to come in there and, you know, be in their ear and say, you know, you're not good enough or they're not good enough? Are you ready, truly ready to face all the obstacles that we all have to face in this life? Do you see it long term with this person? Out of, you know, everyone you could think of, can you see this person being the one beside you that you want to go through the entire this life journey with? Spirit saying, here it is. This is what you want. Yes, it will be complicated at times. It will challenge you, but it's meant to. Just as much as this person is there to challenge you, as much as you're there to challenge them, but also love them, nurture them, just as much as they love and nurture you. If you can come to that, and if this is what you want and this is what you see, Spirit's confirming it right here. And they're even showing me, here's the sun. It doesn't get any better than the sun card, period. This is complete, total, happily ever after, total bliss. Cloud 9. You know, you're in the heavens, you're up in the clouds. You know, you finally met, you know, your match is what I'm picking up. You know, there's nobody else in this world you want more than this person. And you can't see your life without them. It's that kind of, you know, true love, soulmate energy that will fulfill you. And they're the ones that, you know, you've been looking for. Spirit saying they're here. It's up to you now. Do you want to go the extra mile with them? Or, you know, are you going to let them walk away because you're not ready? Or you're not ready to give them what maybe they're expecting you to give? You know, because, yeah, you might have to give a little more. But, you know, that shouldn't be anything. You know, if you want love, and, you know, for most people who are in love, there's nothing that person wouldn't want to do for that person to make them happy, make them smile, you know, to let them know that they're the center of their world. So, question is, are you ready for them? Because Spirit's saying, it's being divinely guided, divine support right here. So, I can't make this up, beautiful people. In fact, the Oracle card I pulled from one of my decks I always use, because I even got 3 of Cups at the bottom of one deck that I use. 3 of Cups all about celebration. And I got the Lovers, which I can't show because the people are naked, on the bottom of my other deck. So, there's the other confirmation. And when I said I can't make it up, here's the other one. I pulled from my deck, Guides of the Hidden Realms, Love and Partnerships, right here. And this card jumped out. You know, I couldn't even shuffle it. You know, I got 2 shuffles out of it and this card jumped right out. So this is what it says. Human beings are by nature intended to love, to belong, to grow together, and to evolve with each other, with nature, and with spirit. Good partnerships are based in care, mutual respect, and acceptance. Now's the time to focus on your relationships, for this is an important cycle in your life. If you're open to beginning a new romantic relationship, be ready for it. Current relationships will deepen at this time as you give space for the other to be more of themselves, freeing you both to a greater expression of the beloved. It is divine will for you to find harmony and coherence as you're given the opportunity to heal old patterns and weave new ones together. Business partnerships and alliances are highlighted now too as you attract the right people to support your work in the world. Keep in mind your primary relationship is first with spirit. Every relationship is an aspect of the divine, as are you. And we are all better together in the dance of destiny. So are you willing to dance with destiny, beautiful people? For this love, for this partnership, for this person? You know, like I said, most of y'all, this is romantic, but it doesn't have to be. You know, even for some of y'all that I know are single who don't have anybody, this is all about the love you have for yourself, but even the love and the relationship you have with the divine. What is that? You know, y'all wanting love, y'all waiting for, you know, love to come knocking. You know, how are you trying to attract it in? You know, welcoming it towards you. What are you doing? Are you investing extra time and energy into yourself? You know, are you, you know, putting, you know, getting dressed up, you know, to go out? You know, are you, you know, for my ladies, are you doing your hair? Are you putting on makeup? To where before you weren't wearing makeup or doing your hair, you weren't giving, you know, your physical appearance, you know, extra time and energy. Are you doing that now so you can attract a mate? You know, what are you doing? You know, are you gaining more knowledge so you have a better understanding so you can offer more guidance to your partner when they do enter your life? You know, what is it? You know, what are you willing to, you know, invest in yourself so you'll be more ready for when they do enter? And for, like I said, for those of y'all who already found someone, you know, are you going to, you know, keep investing in the one you have? You know, whether you don't, you know the answer if it's going to take, you know, the long road or not. You know, are you married to them? Is it just the talking stage? Is it, you know, yeah, we're talking, but maybe we don't have a label yet? You know, is it something you want with them? Spirit saying, here it is. Be willing to work on it and give it your all, you know, because this is an aspect that we all need in this world. You know, we want that mate that, you know, we can rely on, depend on, who can be there for us, not just as a lover, but also as a best friend. And the only difference is this best friend you end up sharing a bed with. So put in the time and investment and in that relationship. And like I said, if you're not in a relationship, put that time and investment in yourself so you can attract. And that's what Spirit's making clear. Some of y'all still need to learn how to love yourself too in order to attract that energy outward. And then I pulled some cards from one of my other love oracles about, you know, what the energy is in this connection. So first one is open heart, receptive, empathy, vulnerable. The next one is divine masculine. So divine masculine. Um, for my guys, this is you. For my ladies, you know, there's a divine masculine energy here. And ladies, even this can even be a an aspect of yourself right now too. You know, maybe you're coming off more masculine than feminine. So maybe try and learn how to balance the masculine energy and allow more of your feminine side to come out. And I get sometimes that's hard because, you know, we end up having to take on sometimes more of that masculine energy to take care of ourselves, you know, especially if we have kids already. We got to take care of them. and we're doing it by ourselves, well, you know, that takes more of that masculine energy to come out. And so now there's, you know, we're wanting to be more feminine, but we need a strong masculine to come into our life to help make us feel safe, so that softer side of us can come out and shine. So places where it fits. The next one is chemistry. It feels like there's strong chemistry in this relationship that you're building. And Spirit's even telling me, for some of y'all, you are not just like in love, there's an obsession. The obsession card. And again, if you're wondering, you know, is it possible, you know, that this can be your forever mate? I got possibilities right here. So here it all is. This is all the energy around this relationship, this connection y'all are building. And then I even pulled from my, I think it's a Romeo Juliet, some type of oracle. And the first card I pulled out, step forward, accelerate, bring forward, make progress. So accelerate. And the other one is overcoming obstacles, crossing that barrier. So yeah, again, just like the tarot said, there are going to be some obstacles and challenges. Are you ready to step forward and face them? Even face yourself, you know, to meet your mate halfway, to go the extra mile, do what it takes. Spirit saying, here it is, step forward. You're going to face those obstacles. And, you know, just know that you're facing them with someone that, you know, you see as your happily ever after. And then here's some messages. This could be what your partner thinks, or this could be how you feel. Place it where it fits. First one is, it is all too much. So maybe for some of y'all that feels this way, it's all too much. Maybe they feel this way. The next one is, the way I have treated you was wrong. So maybe some of y'all did something wrong to this person. You didn't treat them right. Or maybe you feel that they didn't treat you right. And then, I wish I could be fully honest with you. So, beautiful people, if you're not being honest with this person, it's time to start. Because not being honest will destroy a relationship. And if you feel like this person isn't opening up, being honest with you, well, beautiful people, it's time to step up and, you know, not confront them, but, you know, have that conversation to get them to open up and be honest. You know, you deserve that. But they also deserve your honesty too. So make sure it's fair on both sides. You both are having an honest conversation with each other and allowing yourselves to be vulnerable with one another. The next one is, I need to hold back my true feelings for you. So either you are afraid to reveal to them how deeply you feel for them, or they, you know, feel this way about you. And the last one is, life without you is hopeless, dark, and depressing. I miss your light. So for some of y'all, maybe this person sees you as their light. They can't, you know, see light without you. They're always in darkness. Or maybe you feel this way about them. So this is just, you know, some of those energies in this connection for the collective. Place it again how it fits. Take what resonates and what doesn't, leave it behind. And then for the angel number card, I pulled 111. And this is intuition. And it says, time to implement long-cherished ideas. You're on the right track toward making your dreams and visions a reality. The right people, circumstances, and resources are being sent your way. Happiness and new opportunities are at hand. Trust in the process. So here it is again, intuition. But know you are being divinely guided in the resources and the people you want, you've been asking for, are the here now, or they're coming towards you. So if you've been getting that feeling, Spirit saying, here it is. Here's your confirmation. And then the last few other quick messages I got. Inspiration. be inspired. You know, like one of the other cards, I had aspiration. Here's inspiration. Next one, magical blessings. So there's magical blessings coming towards you, which Spirit's saying that with the Nine of Pentacles and even the Sun card. Next one, magical gateway. So there's a magical gateway opening up for you. And that magical gateway is going to allow you to come together in union with that person or the people you're meant to have in your life. Don't be afraid of it. You know, don't be afraid to receive love, whether that's romantic, family, or friends. You know, and be willing to give love to them just as much. And then the angel card I pulled for y'all tonight is the Holy Spirit. And it says, miracles are possible. Your ability to experience miracles is down to your capacity to believe that miracles are possible for you. Don't give up hope. A real turnaround is possible now. The light of angels is surrounding you, inviting you to step into the most gracious receiving state possible. Open your heart and expect a miraculous solution. You are worthy. Know it. And the positive affirmation here is, I am worthy of miracles in all forms. I am worthy of miracles in all forms. And that's what I have for you, beautiful people, for the general collective reading. Again, that was a general collective reading. It wasn't a personal reading, so take what messages resonated and leave behind the rest. If something didn't fit, please don't force it to fit, beautiful people. And if you want a personal reading from me, I do personal readings here on the stream. And it's $30 US to get one from me now. Because beautiful people, since I've reached my 1-year channel anniversary, I'm increasing my prices starting tomorrow. It'll be going up to $40. Hi Jedi. Hi Judith. How's everyone doing? Hi everyone that came in. Okay. Put these cards up now. And my mouth got dry. So how's everyone feeling? Y'all feeling good? Oh, you're welcome, Moonchild. Uh-oh, 420. Are you in love, baby? Hey, 420. What you waiting for, baby? Don't be scared. Don't be shy. You know me, baby. You need me to help you make a love connection here, 420? You know I'm all about love and romance and crap. I'm a sucker for it. At 420, and Melissa, let me tell y'all something. Hey, something happens. Hey, I just want an invitation to the wedding, okay? I'm being funny with y'all, but I'm also being serious. I want at least an invitation, please. You're laughing so hard. I bet you are 420. I'm sure I got you turning all kinds of bread. Thank you, y'all. Don't be shy, 420. What you waiting for, baby? Why don't you find out if the lady's single first, 420? I know you're single, baby, so. Never. Whatever. 420. Come on out, baby. Yeah, Judith, what's for dinner? What are you making us, sweetheart? Oh, and by the way, I don't know who it is, but let me just say this much. You know who you are. I don't know how you found one of my mods, which is Darby, but let me just say this. No, she's not interested. Okay? Leave her alone. Okay? She has a husband, and she's expecting her second child. Don't go looking her up, because you don't want to get the shark out of me. I'm very protective. You don't want to mess with me. You already put it back? Of course I did. Hi, Melissa Corona. How you doing, honey? Yeah, that's not good. I'm sorry, Darby. Yeah, so let me repeat myself. Leave her alone. You creep her out. Don't be going up and looking around for her or anybody else. That's creepy. Especially when she didn't ask you to go looking for her. She's not available. Period. And even if she was, she doesn't want you. So leave her the hell alone. Hi, Shelby. How you doing, beautiful? It is creepy, 420. You had a bad breakup, Melissa? I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm sending you healing, love, and light. puppies. I don't know, Shelby. That's what I'm wondering. Over there, you know, messing with Darby. They need to leave her alone. So someone went looking her up on one of her other social media accounts and found her through me in this channel. So she's not interested, period. Okay. Alright, I just need to get a few more people's, whatchamacallit, guesses. But I have to go through that list. Exactly, 420, you tell me. It's not cool. It's creepy. Just leave her alone. Stay the hell away from her, please. Oh, I don't know, Darby. You might have to go through and exit out of the stream and restart your device. Hi, Jason. How you doing, baby? It keeps freezing for y'all. Well, I wonder. I mean, it could be my connection, but I haven't seen anything come up yet because it's raining over here. So that could be interfering with my connection. So if it's, you know, if it's mine, there's nothing I can do about the weather, beautiful people. Oh, heck no, Catherine. I would have told that guy to take a hike. I'm sorry. Well, I can run and use the restroom real quick and check on my cats. If it's still acting up, I'd always go through and restart the stream. I'm hoping it'll fix itself. But again, it's raining over here too. I'm good, baby. Thank you for asking, Jason. It's my 1-year channel anniversary tonight. I can't believe it's been a year, baby. It doesn't feel like it. And both good and, you know, I mean, it's all good, I should say. It just seems like this past year's just gone by way too fast. Because that means, well, I mean, I already know I've been in my house a year, but it just doesn't feel like it's been a year. Yep, I'm not dealing with this nonsense tonight either. Thank you, baby. Appreciate it. Well, I'm glad, Darby. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I did create the title for the channel. I believe it was like the last week of May, I want to say, of last year. But I didn't post a video yet, and I posted an introductory video, but my first pre-recorded video, it didn't post until the 6th. So that's the day I go by. But I've been streaming less than that though. I haven't been streaming the whole time. My channel's been up just because, you know, I had to wait to get so many subscribers and such, so that won't be until September. Hi, 808. Aloha to you, baby. Same to you, baby. It's good to see you. I know well, knowing how long the internet's been around too, Shelby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's usually the way it works, Bob. Especially when they go through, yeah, there's always lurkers. Oh, that's cool, Shelby. All right, beautiful people. Let me run to the ladies' room, check on my cats real quick, and I'll be back because I need to go back and check that list real quick. And then I could pull up my Raffle deck and we could play a couple of games and do a couple other things with y'all. My cats are a freaking mess. Making a mess all over my house. Both Wolfie and Toby kicking the freaking litter out of their litter boxes. Making a mess. Ooh. Hi, Justin. Hi, Scott. Thank you, baby. Cool, Shelby. I'll have to listen to it. Oh, I love a Phantom of the Opera. That's awesome to hear, 808. How you feeling, baby? One of these days I'll make it to Hawaii. Can't wait to see Hawaii. I want to see all the beautiful waterfalls and the all the tropical flowers. I wish I had one of those chocolates. 808. That way, if I were to wear it, people would, maybe reconsider and realize that I'm part Hawaiian. Hi, Bill. How you doing, baby? They caught you lurking, Scott? Oh my gosh, Eternal. You know, when I had my puppy, I had another one, and he was a Jack Russell Terrier mix. And he would go out in the yard and eat up his own. And it's like, oh my gosh. Silly dog. God, and his breath stinks so bad from it. I asked the vet about it. They say usually they do that when they have an upset stomach, but he seemed fine. So I have no idea. Oh, I need to see something. Today's the 6th, 4th, 3rd. Look at something. Alright. I think I got yours, Eternal. Yeah, you said a girl. Alejandro, you said a boy. Boy. Crap, I didn't get Tinkers. Did she happen to say in here? No, she didn't. Have to wait and see. Scott, I didn't get your guess, baby. Do you think Miss Darby's having a boy or a girl? You say a boy? Okay. Alright. I think that's everyone. So. Wait. Yeah, I got you, Moonchild. Okay. Kindly Luda, you still here, baby? No, I didn't say y'all get to name the baby if y'all guess right. Smarty pants. I said if you guess right, you go in the raffle twice. At least your name goes in there once if you don't guess correctly. You leaving, Shelby? Okay, honey. Well, sweet dreams to you, beautiful. I'll let you know if you win, girlfriend. I got your wish. I got your guess down. What am I doing? Oh, I can cut them actually. You think it's gonna be your last one, Dorothy? Man, I was hoping for another one. Sound like my stepchild. She had 3 girls, and she still wanted a boy, but they decided that 3 was enough. But in case they changed their mind, they put their let's see, because her husband had a vasectomy, so, but they went ahead and stored some of his baby batter at the bank in case they changed their mind. So, and want to try for another one. So, I don't think they'll ever try for another one though. Having those 3 girls, oof, that's a lot. Them babies are something else. Hi, Diana. I miss you too, honey. How you doing? Well, Darby, while I'm doing this, you want to go ahead and tell them what you're having? Because I got everyone. So what are we having, Darby? Are we having a boy or a girl? I already know, so. You think it's a girl, Jason? I don't know. Is it a girl, Darby? Are we having a girl? And then I'll draw the names. Yep. I'm ready. Go ahead, beautiful. I got everyone's guesses, so I'll do the drawing afterwards. Hi, Larry. It's a boy. Wow. Congratulations, beautiful. Bob's like, I told you. I'm so happy for you, beautiful. I know you wanted a boy. I remember you saying that too. So now you got one of each. I told Darby, I said, I don't understand why Spirit told me it was a girl. I mean, I don't like using my pendulum for that reason because I don't think it's accurate, but she has a theory of why Spirit said it was a girl. So, Darby, why don't you tell him why you think Spirit told me it was a girl at first? Ooh, I just saw a bright spirit orb, y'all. Yes, I know, Bob. No gravy, Larry. How you doing? I just gotta find something to put this in. I wish I had like a little bag somewhere. I don't think I have one in here. Oh, actually, I do. Perfect. Spirit must have known I was going to be needing this. testosterone bath. It's crazy. It makes sense though, because it was so early. That's why we were supposed to wait so long before having, you know, finding out the gender. So, that, like I said, that just goes to the point where I don't like using my pendulum for that reason. But what you say too makes sense, Darby. So, it was a girl at the time, but Spirit said nope. But I'm happy for you, girlfriend. Because I know that's what you said you wanted. And I just want you to be happy. And I want you to have what you want, girlfriend. So congratulations, Miss Darby. I'm excited for you. Oh, I'm trying to do this. I gotta come with a couple more pieces. Oh, thank you. Oh, Boom Boom, I appreciate you. And thank you so much for the compliment. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi to me. And liking at least. I greatly appreciate it, honey. You have a good evening, too. Hi, Tiffany. Okay. Yeah, she did. You didn't know until about 20 weeks. Well, it's like, it's crazy because, you know, when my mama got pregnant with me, or no, correction. When she got pregnant with my older brother, and this was back in 77, because he was born in 78. When they did the ultrasound, they told my mama she was having a girl. They swore up and down she was having a girl. My mama was so excited. She was over the moon because she wanted a girl so badly. And when she gave birth, she was absolutely surprised and disappointed because she wanted a girl so badly. So my grandmother even told me that my mama wouldn't hold my brother for like a couple weeks because she was just that upset that she wasn't having the girl she thought she was gonna have. So naturally, my parents decided that after a few years that it was time to have another child. So they were trying to have me, and they both wanted a girl. So thank God they ended up having me. So my mama was over the moon excited. Over the moon. She got the girl she wanted that she thought she was having the first time. But she came around, you know. Naturally, she loves all her kids, but yeah, I think it was a hard pill for her to swallow to be told she's having one gender, you know, by the ultrasound, and then it's the complete opposite, which I don't understand because at some point, even after she was told that she was having a girl, they would have had to do another ultrasound. It's like, you didn't see that? Like, I don't know how the doctors missed that. I don't know how they mistake that, you know, but so Darby, even though I know you had the DNA test done too to confirm beautiful, I'm just saying, don't be surprised. Because my mama got told one way and it ended up being the opposite. But either way, I'm excited. Congratulations, beautiful. So when are you due? And I got y'all's names in here. So I told y'all, for those of y'all who have bought a reading from me Wednesday, if you threw in an extra $5, no matter what, your name would go in this raffle at least once. And if you guessed right, your name would go in here twice. So, really, Darby? That's crazy. I figured they would do it more often just because. December 18th. Oh, so you're having a fiery boy, too. Oh, boy. Alright. Y'all ready? This is to get a free YouTube reading with me. Aw, Jason, I love that. 11111. Alright. Whose name am I pulling? And y'all see, I can't see, so y'all know this is fair. Oh, name fell out. Oh gosh. This little hole at the bottom. Let me fix that. Oh, go back in there. Alright. What name am I gonna pull? Uh-oh, Judith won. You lucky girl. Miss Judith, if you're here, you won, beautiful. You get a free YouTube reading with me. Okay. I'm not done, beautiful people. For those of y'all who still bought a reading from me Wednesday, she's having a boy, Judith, and you just won a free reading with me. I just drew the name, Miss Judith. So, now, you heard me, Miss Judith. My sister, you know that raffle that I said that I was going to do? Your name got pulled. Alright. Now I'm going to pull another one for someone else. Y'all can still win. I'm going to give away another reading for someone just because it's my 1-year anniversary. So whoever's names are in this bag, okay? So who else, Spirit? So y'all know, here it is, brown paper bag. I can't see nothing. Who's it gonna be? There you go, Scott. You just won, baby. I drew your name right here. Hi, Steven. So you just won a YouTube reading with me, baby. And I should say thank you to y'all for being here with me, showing your love and support to me for my 1-year channel anniversary. And then I'm gonna do something else. I'm giving something else away, but y'all gotta wait on that. That only seems right. Only seems fair, Scott. Because I know you paid for Judith's reading the other night, too. So thank you, y'all, so much for y'all's love and support to me. All right. Now, y'all, I'm going to do something else. So, y'all know, I'll be pulling another name from that bag. And that'll be to get a free one-on-one personal reading with me. So this reading will be done with just me. There won't be no streaming. It'll just be you and I. So for those of you, again, who bought a reading that night, whose names are still in that bag, you still have a chance to win something because I'm giving one of those away. But it's going to be drawn from this bag. You know, just to, again, to say thank you to y'all who have been here truly for me, who have shown up for me, but also have, you know, invested your time, but also who have, you know, even bought readings from me because y'all believe in me that much and y'all, you know that this is my business. So this is my way of saying thank you. So I'll pull another name for that later. So Spirit's going to decide who really needs it. That'll get that one-on-one reading from me. And Darby already gets one because she agreed to do this with me. So I know she's been wanting one too. So Darby gets one. Now we're gonna play my little numbers game. How we done before. And these are the rules, beautiful people. I'm gonna tell you how to pick a number. Okay? And y'all think of whatever number I possibly written down on a piece of paper, and I'll write it down first, and I'll have it in my hand so y'all know, you know, this is fair. I'm not cheating. Not that I would, but I'm just letting y'all know this is fair. And y'all keep typing numbers, keep putting the numbers in there until I tell you to stop. Whoever guesses the number I've written down wins. Okay? And this is for a free YouTube channel reading with me. Okay? So, I haven't started yet. Don't start typing until I say go, okay? You know, don't make me start playing Simon Says with y'all. Y'all cheaters. Hey, Judith. No, you can't be part of this, beautiful. You already won. You got to sit this one out, beautiful. Cheater. You too, Scott. What I'm going to do with y'all. Y'all already won one of those. But y'all can still win the other one. The one-on-one personal reading with me. Okay? So y'all got to sit this one out. Correct, Darby. Because you get a one-on-one reading with me, beautiful. So you got to sit it out, too. That's only fair, right? Let's be fair, beautiful people. Cheaters. But even if y'all's number is, even if y'all's name is still in that bag, okay, Scott and Judith, let me make myself clear, okay, because y'all both have been here for me. And so y'all still have a chance to also read or win that one-on-one reading with me. Okay. So that's why I'm asking y'all to set this out. Because, you know, I know many of y'all would prefer to have that, you know, because that gives y'all privacy. It ain't being streamed, all right? All right, cheaters, y'all need to stop. I ain't started yet. I didn't even give y'all the range. And y'all already trying to go in there and guess numbers. Cheaters. What am I going to do with y'all? Yeah, that's correct, beautiful. Okay. Let me figure out what number I'm going to put down here first. All right. So y'all can see it. I'm going to be holding the paper in my hand. Cheater. Miss Judith. She's like, no, I just want to win it all. I love you, girlfriend. All right. I don't know why this one. Okay, Spirit. I got it. Okay. Because y'all know, the other thing is, today is my mama's birthday. And my mama ain't no longer here, but I still celebrate her birthday. And she would have been, if she was still alive, she would have been 60, no, 66. I said 65 last night. I keep forgetting it's 2025. She would have been 66. So pick a number, okay? I have the number here in my hand. So y'all know I ain't cheating, you cheaters. All right, Eternal. 1 through 66. All right? When I say go, start typing. And keep typing until I tell y'all to stop. Because whoever gets it right first wins. All right? Y'all ready? Go. Start typing, y'all. What's the number you think is in my hand? Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nope, keep going. Keep going. Oh, Moonchild just got it. Yay, Moonchild. Look. 37. Moonchild just got it. And look at you, Judith, still trying to win, cheater. Congratulations, Moonchild. All right. I'll do one more. Cheaters. What am I going to do with y'all, you cheaters? No, she put up there 37. I saw it. If you think I'm wrong, I'll go back and look, but I know what I saw. I'm not blind. Where'd it go? Moonchild, did you say 27 or 37, beautiful? Because if so, then I'll keep going. And then I'm going to have to guess another number. No, there's 37 right there. She said 37, Romy. It's right there between Shauna and Sonia's guess. So, she said 27 after that. So, that's what I thought. You don't know the rules of the game. Oh, really? All right. I'm going to give away one more. And then we're going to play with this Rebel deck a little bit. Hide them. Darby, hide that person. I don't appreciate that. Actually, let me just do this. Where'd it go? Should do it, honey. I can't tell. Exactly, Sunnyland. Thank you. Sunnyland, can you hide them? I don't have time for the nonsense. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. You don't know the rules. Yeah. See you, bye. You shouldn't have been rude. Okay. So it's going to be the same range. 1 through 66. Okay. I'm going to write a number down. And the number will be in my hand. So y'all know I'm not cheating. Even though some of y'all cheaters keep trying to play. Y'all. And just start typing the numbers when I tell y'all to go. Until I tell y'all to stop. So whoever guesses the number right wins. Let me pick up a number first. And y'all don't start, cheaters, until I say go, okay? All right. Let's see. Okay. The number's in my hand. Y'all ready? Again, don't stop typing numbers until I tell y'all. Okay? Because whoever gets the number right first wins. Y'all ready? Judith. Look at you, Judith. I already told you got to sit out, cheater. You are too funny. I didn't even say start yet, Judith. Even if I did, silly. like, no, I want it all. All right. Y'all ready? Go. Start typing. Yes, incarnation. Oh, dang, that didn't last long. Eternal got it. Eternal got it. Well, congratulations, Eternal Light. I know you are, Judith. Cheater. All right, let me make sure I write names down on here. Moonchild. All right, that didn't last long, so you were thinking 57 too, Jason. Well, why didn't you type it, baby? Congratulations, Eternal. All right. All right. One more. Let me think of a number first, cheaters. And again, y'all can't start until I say go. So y'all gotta wait. Okay. All right. I don't know why. Dang. Hi, beautiful spirit. I just saw a twinkle orb just glide across my wall over here. Okay. Y'all ready? The number's right here. And again, keep typing numbers until I tell y'all to stop. And whoever gets a number first wins. Go. Start typing. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. Up, Alejandro got it. The number was 4. Right here. Alejandro got it. Way to go, baby. Congratulations, baby. August 4th. Why you say August 4th, Alejandro? You know, August 4th is a significant day for me, actually. What does August 4th mean to you, baby? 4s are your number. August 4th is my baby brother's birthday. Is your birthday too? Man, I think you did tell me that. Because that was one of the things I think we said we had in common when I did your one-on-one reading. Yeah, I remember that. My baby brother's birthday, same day as yours. In fact, he will be... Oh, I gotta remember this. My brother's turning 40 this year. He's gonna be over the hill. I gotta get him back for that year. when he did me with that freaking cake. All right. What's my favorite flavor? And strawberry apricot. Yeah, y'all, you are funny, Miss Judith Cheater. All right, beautiful people. Like I said, y'all still got a chance to win, okay? And even if Miss Cheater, even if you already won a reading like you did, Miss Cheater, I told y'all your name is in that bag. You can still have a chance to win a one-on-one reading from me, and I'll draw that name later from that bag, from the raffle. Oh, hi Hope, hi Aaron, thank you. I got it written down, honey. In fact, I'm gonna write it in my book, but I might put y'all's names, the ones that I drew, back in that bag, because I think some of y'all only got y'all's name in there once. But I gotta write this down first. Yes, she did, Alejandro. She's having a boy. So, remember I told y'all, if y'all got if y'all guessed right, your name went in there at least once. If you guessed, or if you, oh my gosh. If you guessed, right, your name went in there twice. But if you guessed wrong, you got at least your name in that bag once. So, okay. So I'm gonna put this down. Hi, Betty. Hi, Misty. How y'all doing? Welcome, beautiful people. Okay. I got it written down. You can't sleep? I'm sorry, sweetheart. Yeah, it's 1:45 in the morning for me. But I stream only at night most of the time. Every now and then I'll get on during the day. On the weekends, but normally it's at night. Alright, beautiful people. Aside from those who won, if you want a personal reading from me, tonight only, it's $30 US, because starting tomorrow, so Saturday night stream, it's going up to $40 US. Alright, just so y'all know. Okay, Darby. And thank you for being here, beautiful. Congratulations again, girlfriend. Incarnation Perez. Well, you didn't win, baby, but if you want to know how to pay for a reading with me, I have Zelle, I have Venmo, and I also have PayPal. And my mod, Bob, just posted the info in the chat for you. Aw. Well, thank you for being here, beautiful Judith. Congratulations, beautiful. And you know I'm just teasing you too, sweetheart. Sweet dreams, girlfriend. Actually, it just went up now. It's Saturday. What do you mean, Moonchild? Okay, let me pull up my Rebel deck. You talking about my prices? Yeah, I know technically it's Saturday right now for you and I, but I know there's still people on the West Coast. It's still Friday for them. That's why I said I was going to wait until Saturday night stream. So Saturday night when I stream, it'll be $40 then. And then, but if you know, because some people do it through the super chat, super stickers. Let me make myself clear, beautiful people. If you choose to do it through the stream, which is the super chat or super stickers, it's $50 because YouTube takes about 45%. So, just so y'all know. So it won't cost you as much if you do it through the PayPal or the Zelle or Venmo. Hi Lee, how you doing? So, and then I'll have to figure out the calculation for the super sticker, the super chat, since I'm raising the price tomorrow. Good night, Judith. Sweet dreams, beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Incarnation? No, baby. I don't have Cash App set up. I'm actually trying to get one set up, but I haven't gotten to it yet. So right now it's Zelle, Venmo, or PayPal. That's it. Thank you, Lee. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? Let's see. I'm going to pull a few cards from my Rebel deck just so we can get some laughs in here. Raise the energy. Remember I told y'all I got a Rebels deck for couples? I'm just curious to see what some of these are in here. You know, since my mama was like a rebel too. This makes me think of her. I think it's just a troll, Misty. You know, they want to come here, act a fool, and cause trouble. Okay. All right, beautiful people. Let's see. I can always pull out that effort deck too, but where's my other one? It is misty. They want to come here, beautiful, and cause problems, you know. Some are just trolls because, you know, they're still ticked off because they're stuck at home, living in their mommy's basement. And then others just do it just because, you know, they don't like the fact that I'm on here. I irritate their demons. So. It is. You live in the attic, Alejandro. But baby, you know that don't apply to you. It's the ones that want to come here act like children. And the ones that aren't trying to, like, better themselves kind of people. All right. So, that's why we try and deal with them. And I'll let them know that they can't mess with me. That's why I got my mods in here, but I also have thick skin, so they haven't learned that yet. You been hurting all day today, Karen? I'm sorry, beautiful. Not good. I'm gravy, honey. You know me, I'm always gravy when I'm here with y'all. And thank you for the heart emojis. You know, it's my mama's birthday, and it's, you know, my channel anniversary. Exactly right, Misty. Always beautiful. The good always wins. Alright. Let's get some funnies. Pull from my Rebel deck, you know. I might as well just pull this one out too, just because. I could pull from both. Oh no, where'd the other one go? And I just saw it too. Oh. Well, I just separated it all out. That's not it. That's the short shine. Square tarot. Box. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna say, I know it's here somewhere because I saw it earlier. Oh, thank you, Karen. What surgery are you talking about, sweetheart? Your birthday's the 8th, Misty. Well, happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy early birthday. Actually, Bob, no, I haven't, baby. On your foot. Oh, wow. You're welcome, honey. No, I know I should munch on something. I just haven't gotten that far yet. Because the cats end up keeping me up half the night / morning because they're over there fighting with each other. I had Wolfie locked up in the bedroom with me, and Toby was out there on the couch with him. And, you know, Toby kept coming up to the door, and Wolfie would hear him. So, you can hear them back and forth, scratching the door. And I would hear, Toby occasionally hissing. And then Wolfie's going over there and putting his paws underneath the door. And so they were over there playing footsies and everything else. Hello, Randino Campbell. Thank you. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Rudy. How you doing? Ouch, Karen. Ouch, honey. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Play around real quick. Well, no, Spirit, I can't take all them at once. Oh, I hate to hear that, Misty. You might be an empath, beautiful. I'm an empath. There's several of us in here, in fact, who are. Hi, James Rowland. How you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here from Arkansas. Wow. I'm in Georgia. But Misty, just so you know, beautiful, an empath is someone who can pick up someone else's emotions and like literally feel it like it's their own. So an example would be like, how you say that you can pick up, when someone's hurting. And that could be emotional pain, mental pain, even physical. So like Karen, she has a broke foot. Occasionally I could pick up on people's emotions even through the screen. As crazy as that sounds, but it's true. I've been able to pick it up from several hundreds of miles away. But normally it works when you go into the room with someone else being there. And just say, for an example, you were having a wonderful day, out, having fun with, your significant other or with friends, and you come home, and let's just say you have a roommate that lives with you, and you walk in the house and you just, they're there, and you just, like maybe they just broke up with their significant other. Even though they didn't say that to you, but you picked that up, like, their heart is hurting. That's what an empath can do. Many empaths, in fact, can read through the BS that people try and spill. They can also pick up physical pain when someone's, experiencing physical pain. So what I would encourage you to do if you're not aware is Google psychic shielding, because you need to put up a psychic shield to help shield you and protect you from absorbing other people's emotions. because that's pretty much what you're doing. You may not realize that's what you're doing, but that's what you're doing. The same thing in turn is people who realize they're an empath. Some of them become what we call energy vampires, and they'll drain the energy out of you for different reasons. And even those people don't realize they're doing it. But some know, and some do it intentionally. So be mindful of that. That that shield will help protect you. It's not gonna, I'm not telling you it's gonna keep all people's emotions out. And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's also gonna keep from other people possibly breaking into that shield, because it's still possible. But it should help shield you some so you don't take on as much. And there'll be other things out there that you can research that I would encourage you to do to help protect yourself. You know, there's so many people out there who have this idea about how psychic abilities work, and they don't think they have any, and they want to dive into it and try and figure out how to open that doorway to their psychic abilities. But what they don't understand is there's so much that has to be done before that. They want to dive head first, and that's the worst thing you can do, because you may open that door and find out like you're an empath. Like, let's just say you want to be a psychic medium. A psychic medium is one who can communicate with the spirit world or with the dead. I have that ability too, but not everybody does. So some of us have one ability, others have more than one. I just happen to be one who has more than one. Um, but so you may, find out you're an empath. You don't want to be an empath because it's very draining, but that's what you find out, and you're not ready for it. So you have to make sure you're ready. You have to make sure you understand everything and you're aware of what could possibly happen, because there's always a risk involved in it too. Correct, Angel Oz. How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Rosalind. How you doing, sweetheart? You're welcome, Misty. Just some advice, beautiful. That's one of the reasons why I created this channel. Because I realized and I understood that there was a lot of people out there just like me. And they didn't have, unfortunately, people in their life, especially like in their family, that they can lean on, that they can talk to about their experiences. I was lucky enough to have my grandmother who helped me. And that's where I learned about a lot of my abilities that I inherited. As she said, I inherited from her. So, and it turns out that I end up in, having more abilities than even what my grandmother had. So, because it was that crazy thing, like, I didn't go down the road how most people seem to go down. Like, what I mean by that is most people will try, like I was just explaining, they want to experience, they want to find out what their psychic abilities are. So they try and open that door, they force it open. I didn't have to do that. I was one of the young kids, 6, 7 years old. I just woke up one morning and they were there. I didn't do anything. They were just there. And, it sounds crazy, but I mean, when I say I literally woke up one morning and rolled out of bed and was aware of my psychic abilities, as funny as it sounds, it's also very true. But for many people, it doesn't happen that way. They have to work at it. They have to open that door and strengthen their abilities. It's not to say that mine are completely strong or at their strongest. I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is I didn't have to force the door open. It was already opened for me before I even came to understanding or even comprehending what it is I was experiencing back then. You see moving shadows at night? Yeah, shadows are like shadow people. That's a form of clairvoyance. And I saw a bright spirit orb over here. Clairvoyance is clear seeing, is what it's known as. It's the ability to be able to see what others cannot. So when you think of what people call ghosts, I call them spirits, but most people, to make everyone understand, ghosts, clairvoyant can see them. You see their full body apparition. Um, or you can experience some of the things like I experienced where I see spirit orbs, just like I just saw one just now. And I have seen shadows. In fact, I had one appear the other night with me on here while I was streaming. And it startled me because it came up right close, right over here. So, um, again, that's why you need that psychic shield, especially if you're not ready for it. If you don't want to take it on, Misty, what I would tell you to do is, talk to your spirit guides, talk to your loved ones on the other side. Just one night, you don't have to say it out loud. Just let them know it's scaring you and you're not ready if you feel that way. And they'll back off. Um, Even if you are ready, you can still tell your spirit guides if it's coming on too strong and you're getting overwhelmed by it, you can still tell them that it's, too much, to kind of back off a little bit, and they will. So it can be rough sometimes. I understand that though. It scared me when I first started experiencing it. So yeah, angel eyes, unfortunately, that's the way most people think and feel. And I hate that because, as I try and tell people in here, especially like the Bible thumpers that like to come in here and preach. And it's like I tell them, I can't expect you to understand something you haven't experienced yourself. You automatically think it's demonic because that's what the Bible tells you. But what if I to tell you it's not? Then you're going to either say, you don't believe me, or I'm crazy because that book told you it has to be demonic. It can't be anything else but that. And I can't get people to understand that. And so I try and tell them, I have compassion for the people who have their beliefs, no matter what they're based on. And if they don't believe in what I do, or they've never experienced anything like what I've experienced, and don't believe it could be anything good, it's as I always tell them, I can't expect you to understand something you haven't experienced yourself. But one day, if you do, then you'll understand where I'm coming from. And you'll understand, no, I'm not crazy. And you also understand, no, it's not demonic. 99% of the time, even when you think about people who think they have a haunting in their house, 99% of the time it's not demonic. 99% of the time, it is normally a loved one of yours coming to visit you. And they're just doing things to get your attention. Now, is it still possible there could be another spirit you don't know lingering there? Yes, that's always possible. It's always possible that there was a spirit that was there before you moved into your home. Yes, that's possible. But most of the time, it's usually a passed over loved one trying to get your attention, let you know they're there. Or it's even your spirit guides or your guardian angels also trying to do the same. They're not doing it to scare you. They're just letting you know they're there, which is a way to try and comfort you and let you know you're being guided and supported. So, because most people just turn it away and they run away from it because it scares them, which I get. I completely understand why people are afraid of it. When I first started experiencing it, I was scared of it myself. But I had to go through the whole process as the years went by and learn and understand. And then when I had the conversation with my grandmother, I became to understand it a lot more. And I tried to not to run away from it then. So, but I also am able to go through and um like angel eyes, like what you were saying, things that happen before they do. That's precognition. I have that ability to. And it's a shame that someone would think it's demonic, especially if it's a warning to help you, whether that's to help let you know that something dangerous could be ahead so you can avoid it, or it's even to warn you, like with me, to let me know that someone I love is going to pass away soon and to be ready for it. You know, it could be anything like that. So I have experienced all those things. You know, it's rough. It's rough to live in the world today because majority of the world don't choose to not believe in it, don't want to believe in it, want to say it's evil, demonic, all these crazy things. But I always try and tell people to think of it in this context, you know, especially if you're religious in any kind of way. If you believe in like in possession, like you think of that movie The Exorcist, which was based on a true story. Um, one of the things that's true is a demon can't hide their stench, and they have a bad stench. And yes, it smells like sulfur, it smells like death. So when you do have a experience, like if you're to see a shadow person again, what do you feel? What do you smell? Do you smell anything that could be bad? Does your senses, you know, just tell you it's evil or it's negative? Trust yourself. Don't ignore it. What is your true intuition telling you? You know, and most times you're going to find it's nothing to be afraid of. It's just sometimes that, especially with clairvoyance, because you would be considered what I call a lighthouse. You shine brighter. Your light shines brighter. And for that reason, spirits are more attracted to you because they can see you like me. And I've had complete um, strangers, you know, spirits of strangers that I don't know come to me for help because my light shines brighter for that reason because I'm more connected. You know, like think of, you know, if you're familiar with tarot, think of like the high priestess. The high priestess is someone who has a balance of both worlds. One foot in the physical, the other foot in the physical, or in the spiritual, all at the same time. That's kind of like what I am, and that's what you are too. You got a foot in both worlds. So, and that's why, you know, they may come to you, or you may see them. Because they may know you see them, and some may not realize you see them because most people don't see them. Um, But I would tell you, you would need to start doing some rituals around your house, like as far as blessings to protect your home. So that way nothing evil or negative can come to you. And there's different things you can do to help make your home safe in a spiritual way. It's what I call spiritual hygiene, where you burn sage, you burn Palo Santo, and you got to believe in what you're doing and ask for help. Um, you got to, you know, say out loud that nothing evil or negative is welcome, and that smoke, you know, that you're doing, which is, you know, smudging, going around every, you know, corner in the house and every room, you know, commanding and demanding that anything and everything evil and negative leave that may be there. But it's something you may have to do regularly. It's not like one of those things you do at one time and it's supposed to, you know, last forever. It doesn't work that way. You have to constantly go back in and strengthen that barrier because it gets weakened over time. Hey, Mark. Beautiful. No, you don't have to have an attachment. It's just to let you know that they're there. I don't have any attachments right now. You know, have I in the past? Yeah. Um, and just because you get a visit from a spirit doesn't mean they're attached to you. They might, like I said, they may not even know or realize that you can see them, or they may know and they're coming to you for help. They're seeking you out because they know you can see them. So it just depends. But you got to be open to listening to them too. But that may not be something you can do just yet. I don't know. Um, but I can both see and hear. And I feel them. I smell them. Um, I'll get visions. I'll have dreams. I've had dreams to, you know, to the point to where I would even fall into sleep. And I kid you not, it's happened a few times to me in recent months where I close my eyes and I just closed my eyes and a spirit will appear and it startles me and I sit straight up in bed and they'll tell me who they are and I can see them. And, I'm thinking I'm dreaming, right? I'm thinking I'm going crazy, like, no, this isn't real. This is not happening. Until I do a Google search on their name. And then I pull up and I come across their obituary. And it's exactly what they told me. They died in the location they told me. And they died when they told me. I mean, it's blown my mind. It's happened a few times in recent months. So don't be afraid of it. It might just be something simple as that. Like I had a guy come to me and asked me if I would contact his mother because his mother was still alive and naturally she was devastated. She lost her son. And so I said I would, but I was so doggone tired I couldn't stay up and have a conversation with him. But I was, aware enough to where I got his name and I was aware enough that I still had my iPad laying in my lap to type in his name in the Google bar and it pulled up his obituary. And I fell asleep. And when I woke up the next morning, there it was. He was still there. So I did. I tried calling his mama a few times. Never got an answer. And I hadn't seen him since. So I don't know, if she's afraid. I didn't tell her why I was calling. I just requested if she would call me back. I told her it pertained to her son. Because I didn't want to scare her. Because I don't know how she feels. But yeah, I've had him come through that way. Um, just, a week ago? Maybe 2 weeks ago? I even had that scent in my office while I was streaming. It was a sweet floral smell, like a woman's perfume. It was someone coming to visit, wanting to talk to me. Um, and it wasn't anyone I knew, and I knew that. It was a stranger to me. But they were seeking me out. So, and then I've had spirits show themselves in my house. They're just here. They don't want anything, they're just here. And they let me know they're here. Um, I even had a little boy at the old house follow me here. He grew attached to me because I remind him of his mama. Even though I told him that, he can go to the other side and be with her. And he said he has, but he comes back to also be around me because he's become protective of me. So he looks out for me. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? So it's different. It just depends. Have you, Jason? I have too, baby. I've had them touch me. I have felt them touch me multiple times. I have felt them hug me. I have felt them kiss my forehead, touch my face, play with my hair. I've had all that happen. And I've also heard their voices. So, you know, I used to look at it as a curse because I didn't want anything to do with it at all. I didn't want nothing to do with it. I thought I was crazy. Even after going through some of the things I experienced when I was young, I still thought I was crazy. Even after having the conversation with my grandmother, still thought I was crazy. Still thought she was crazy. And it took me having another experience to truly believe in it then. And that was the turning point. And that happened like a year after I had the conversation with my grandmother. Hmm. Yeah, I have felt that before, Misty. How long did it take for me to fully accept them? The experiences, DM? Um, Really, probably a decade to fully come into it. Because even after I had the experience at 15, um, I was more open to it. but I still wasn't trying to accept it, and I wasn't trying to strengthen it. You know, I was still running away from it. Um, and then as the years progressed, when, you know, new things would happen here and there, I would acknowledge it. And it's like, okay, I understand it. I would just say thank you, as my grandma told me, to acknowledge it and tell them thank you. Um, and I would notice time would progress on, and naturally they just strengthen on their own without me doing anything, just me breathing like you. And as the gifts got stronger, more of my abilities started to surface too. It seemed like every couple of years, one or two things would happen. One of my abilities would either strengthen, or two, another ability would surface that I didn't have before. And then I would start having those experiences. It was like me trying to come grounded in those gifts to understand it better, to not be afraid of it, figure out how I'm supposed to use it and such. So I would say my early mid 20s was probably when I finally said, okay, I accept whatever. So I knew I couldn't turn away from it. There was just too much that had happened at that point that I couldn't ignore. And, people always want to throw in there, well, that's coincidence. No, it's not. I don't believe in coincidence. I don't believe there's, so much of the same things that'll happen that's like makes you take a step back and it's like, you know, Mom, is that you? Kind of thing. No, I know better. But for those who don't believe, that would be their answer. Either you're crazy or it's coincidence. Or you dreamed it. That would be the third. And yeah, you can get those type of experiences in your dreams. And, there's a difference in knowing whether it's a dream or it's your ability, like a visit from the other side. I always try and tell people that if you have an experience, like if you dream of a passed over loved one, and if they come across to you like they're angry, like they're upset with you, it's not them at all, okay? That's your subconscious coming out in your dreams. Now, if you have a dream of them and it feels happy, it feels warm, it feels loving, and it feels so freaking real, like you literally just lived through that, that's a real visit. And that's the ones you trust. So, and they will come through and give you a warning if there's something you need to know. You know, um, I'm not going to tell you that, they're always going to have happy news, because there's still going to be times that there's things you need to know that either you overlooked or you didn't trust your intuition or trust the signs that were sent. I've had my daddy do that to me. Um, but like I said, they're not going to have any kind of anger. Like if you fear, like your loved one, would be angry with you, would be disappointed. Um, like if, you made them a promise and you weren't able to keep your promise, like that saying, they must be rolling in the grave right now. No, they're not angry, you know. They're at complete happiness and peace. They're always worried about us though, because they want us to be happy and to live our full life to our full potential. They want to watch us grow and evolve and learn and go through this journey, and they want to help us through it. But too many times we allow the outside world influence what we believe or what we listen to, and we allow other people to try and convince us like, no, that's not true. Are you crazy? That kind of, feeling. No. You got to trust you and trust what you're experiencing, and don't allow anyone else tell you it's different. You know, if you feel like, there's a possibility that you could be suffering, with some type of mental illness, and I'm not a doctor in any kind of way, I'm just letting you know, don't ignore that either. Okay, it's not to say that you can't have both. Okay, it's not to say that you can't have some type of, mental disorder, illness, but still also have a psychic ability. And it'd be hard, to understand a different, to find the differences between the two to know which one is which. You know, it'd be hard for me to guide anyone that way because, you know, I don't have, you know, a mental illness or disorder, but I could tell you just from people I know that, you know, they have both, but they learned over the years, you know, which one is which, you know, because not everybody is going to have um, illusions or things like, you know, you'll commonly hear about schizophrenia type. So, hi, Sophie. Hello, Anurag Kumar. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. Reality dose? What makes you think I'm always bitter and I'm always alone? You obviously haven't watched me long enough or paid attention, because you'd be wrong about both. And this is true too, DM. And it stinks because, like I said, majority of the population don't believe in it. So you would need to find like a society that does those, you know, believes in it, that's studying it, that's researching it. I used to have a friend who researched it. That was like his life purpose, was to help research it as best he could to find answers and to find all different abilities. I think he worked with a couple other people, and together they came up with over 80 different types of psychic abilities. And but unfortunately he passed away like a year ago. But he came to visit me too. And that's right, DM. And that's what I wanted, was people to have a place to come to where they can talk to someone else who understands and believes in it. It's just like them. So, but yeah, I was completely shocked when he told me that. Sophie, that's precognition. It could be claircognizant too. It just depends. So they can cross into each other. But yeah, there's over 80 different types. I have a list of it, but it's on my old computer, and I gotta still figure out how I can access it because um, the battery's dead and my charger for it broke. So I need to get a new charger so I can access it. I know, Karen. I'm still waiting for her to come forward, honey. You know, I would need, if you want to know the honest God truth, Karen, I would probably need a week off in order to get all my energy back to recharge me, to tap into it that deeply, um, to see if she'll step forward like that. Um, which I'm hoping. I mean, I still got to get my car fixed, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Before the end of summer, I'm gonna be on a beach somewhere because I need a vacation. I need I need to be on the water. I need to be by the ocean to recharge. So, Karen, but beautiful, what you need to know. Hi, Wombly. Miss Sophie, look, honey, I understand what you're saying, but we need to know how old you are, honey. And there's a legitimate reason behind it. So I'm asking now. So can you please tell me? Okay, for Sophie. Beautiful, thank you for being honest with me. Sophie, I need you to understand, sweetheart. I will get in trouble by you being here. Okay? So, sweetheart, I can't have you in here. And I'm sorry, please don't take that personally. This is an 18 plus stream. I understand that, Sophie. That's why I'm letting you know, sweetheart. I appreciate you being honest with me, though. That means a lot. You know, I just can't have you in here chatting with us. Because I could get in a lot of trouble. So please don't take it personally. You know, you didn't do anything wrong, beautiful. I want you to know that. Just know that, I'm sure you could probably still watch. I just can't have you in here interacting with us. But, Sophie, let's just hope, I'll be here in 4 years when you turn 18, beautiful. And you would be more than welcome in here. You would just have to come back and tell me who you are. So forgive us that we have to bounce you. It's nothing personal. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just the rules. There's legalities around it. So, but I appreciate you coming and spending time with us and supporting me, honey. And I wish you nothing but the best, beautiful. Stay in school. Stay focused. And I'm starting to look tired, Karen. Yeah, beautiful. I am. I mean, I haven't had a vacation in 11 years. 10, 11 years. The last time I had a vacation was 2014, 2015. That was the last time. So I'm in desperate need of a vacation. And I need the water since I'm a mermaid. I don't know, Eric. Were you right? What'd you say, baby? Hi, Andre. Hi, everyone else who came in. Oh, I'm gravy, Andre. Thank you for asking. It's my 1-year channel anniversary. You said boy? Well, you guessed right, Eric. Just so you know, baby. She's having a boy. Yeah, it would be. It's 1:30. Thank you, Andre. I mean, I can munch, honey. I know I have some beef jerky and chips and cheese. Your Scotty sense told you. That's funny. Well, yes, Misty. I just drank an energy shot. Hello, Red. Thank you. No, I don't wear makeup except for lipstick. And yes, my hair's natural. I don't have extensions or anything like that. I'm going to grab some munchies, y'all. I'll sit here and munch for a minute. I just have to grab my beef jerky and my cheese, y'all. And I gotta use the bathroom again, actually. So I have to grab me another drink. Hi, Jody. Thank you. Thank you, Andre. Hold on. I'll be back, y'all. What, 7.2, Eric? Yes, I'm back. Of course, one card will fall over. Oh, you made pizza? What kind of pizza did you make, baby? Sausage and artichoke. That sounds good, baby. What kind of sausage? Was it Italian or just pork sausage? I prefer Italian sausage. I know it was good then. I'm just not a big pizza person. I don't know if it's just because of all the pasta and the breading and stuff, but I've just never been a big into Italian. And that's true, Scott. It's peppered beef jerky. What you doing, Eternal Lurking? Darby had to go. She said she might be back later. she had some creep message her on her other social media account. And she let me know about it earlier today before the stream started. Who said they found her on my channel. It's like, oh, no, you don't. You better leave her alone. I'll send my protectors after you. And you don't want that. I promise you. It is scary. I don't know how they found her. No, I got you, Eternal. Hi, Sunnybrook. How you doing? Isabella, how old are you? It's so funny. Eric. Because it matters to me. That's why. Because that in itself just tells me your age, to be honest. It's time for you to go, Isabella. Wow, Andre, I'm sorry to hear that, honey. Yes, Sunnybrook, it's tarot. This is a tarot channel. No, Isabella, I didn't. But it's my platform. So I have rules. You know, rules I gotta live by. Rules that even YouTube has. So, since you don't want to tell me your age, that's telling me your age. Which tells me you don't need to be here. Because you're too young. Bye-bye. Yep, my platform. Yep. And that's why I got over 6,000 followers. And I've only been here a year. So try again. Oh, well, thank you, Sunnybrook. Yeah, Sunny Lane, it kind of felt that way to me too, honey. Hi, Mark. I know, we got two Sunnies in here. Sunny Lane and Sunnybrook. Well, Andre, I'm glad she has you, baby. And I'm sorry she has cancer. And I'm sorry, it doesn't sound like she's doing so well. And, Andre, all I can tell you is take advantage of the time you have left with her. Because trust me, once she's gone, you give anything to have her back. And then some. Oh, thank you, Sunnybrook. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I'm Gravy Mark. It's my 1 year channel anniversary and my mama's heavenly birthday. Thank you for asking how you doing. Oh, well, thank you. You know, well, Andre, I'm glad I can be here for you, sweetheart. You know, unfortunately, I've already buried my mama, but, um, as I said, you only get one mother, and you only get one dad, too. I mean, if we're talking literally by blood, that's true, but I was lucky enough to have two dads, but you get what I'm saying. And, once they're gone, you don't get them back. And, there'll always be a day that comes sooner or later to where you would give anything just to have them here again, you know. So I would encourage you to spend as much time as you got with her that's left. Ask whatever questions you need to ask. Make sure you get your answers. Make sure you tell her whatever it is you need to tell her. Don't waste a moment of time and go a day without telling her how you feel. Because again, time is fleeting, and you never know when you're gonna have that last moment, and you won't get it back. I've experienced that. Yeah, Andre, and then that won't be easy. I've been there. Um, my mama didn't have cancer, but she had emphysema, and that was pretty much watching her slowly suffocate to death. I had to watch that for 5 years with her. It was not easy, but it was what I needed to do. It was what I was supposed to do, and I wouldn't take any of that time back. I wish I got more time. I wish I would have made most and more of the time I still had available to spend it with her instead of going out and doing other things that I could have done later. But, hindsight's 2020. And, I was so young. And even then, um, I still wish that I would have just, you know, said the heck it with everything else, you know, gone to my work, done my job, and came home and spent every waking moment with her instead of going to shoot pool or going out and seeing my friends on a rare occasion or going out on a date with a boyfriend or something. I tried to make try to balance my life that way. But it wasn't easy, but I did it still. So, I send you nothing but, love, light, and strength and comfort, as you go through that process with her. It's hard, but don't allow it to overwhelm you. Um, if you need a break, I would encourage you to lean on someone else if you have siblings that can come over and, spend a day with your mama, because you're going to need those breaks. You're going to have those moments where you're going to want to break down. But I know you're not going to want to break down in front of her. I had to live through all of that. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to break down and cry in front of my mama. Watching her suffer, feeling helpless, wishing, it wasn't coming to be, wishing I had more time. Um, but I had to numb that pain and be strong, as solid strong as I could be for her, because if I cried even once in front of her, she would get so upset she would hyperventilate and she wouldn't be able to breathe, because she didn't have much lungs left to breathe with to begin with, because she was on 24-hour oxygen therapy. So she was on, portable oxygen tank. So me and my brother both, and my daddy, we couldn't cry in front of her. We couldn't allow her to see us upset, because to see us upset made her cry. And that was the worst thing we could do. Oh, that's a shame, Andre. Oh, Scott, I missed it, baby. I don't know what you said. But, um, Andre, there's nothing to do about your siblings, and that's unfortunate that they've used her and abused her that way. Um, but what I'll say to you, baby, is can't be completely mad at your siblings either, because your mama still has ownership. She still, gave them whatever it is they asked her for, when you say that they used her and all that. So keep that in mind too, baby. You got to hold your mama accountable for it 50-50. And your mom, for whatever reason, felt the need to give whatever she gave to them at the time they may have needed it. So just think about that too, baby. I'm sorry they're not reliable for you. I didn't have anyone really to rely on myself. My younger brother was 4 years younger than I was. And in fact, he was in middle school. And my two other siblings were in California. And I'm in Georgia. So they couldn't help. And my daddy, my AKA stepfather, was working, doing all he could, to provide. And when he was home, he did. He took care of my mama and took care of us the best he could to his ability. Outside of that, I didn't have anyone. So I can relate to that too. Um, and I know when my daddy would come home, I would have to go into work and work, pretty much the graveyard shift, waiting tables, doing the best I could at 15 years old to help my parents pay the bills, because my daddy didn't make enough. And my mama's disability wasn't enough either. Even with that combined, we still, you know, we're lucky that we didn't get put out on the street, because my parents got behind on rent. It seemed like we could never catch up, a couple months behind. We would give the landlord as much as we could, but we were never on time or ahead. So I get it, you know. I even remember spending a couple Christmases that I didn't get any gifts. My brother didn't get anything. Um, but even there were times we didn't have any food. We didn't get to have like a big Christmas feast or anything like that. And most times I had to work. It was mandatory that I work the holidays. So even though I might have got to spend part of the day with them, I wasn't there all day. I ended up having to work. So I did what I had to do. I talked to my friends, yes, but even my friends at time, because of how young we were, it's not like I could get mad at them for not being there. We're teenagers. This isn't supposed to happen to us, especially to, being that young. But it is what it is. So it's never easy, baby. But know you're stronger than that, because even going through that all those years with my mama, it made me stronger. It prepared me for what was going to come next. So I didn't quit. So I didn't give up. So I didn't lose hope. So I didn't run away from it like most people would, or go crawl in a corner and bawl my eyes out and have a pity party for myself. I never did that. Nor did I give in to trying to find a way to numb the pain like how many people will turn to drugs or alcohol. I didn't go down that road either. Um, no, it wasn't easy, but I did what I had to do. So just know that, they say that the divine, the universe, won't give you anything you can't handle. So apparently they must feel you can handle it. You just gotta know you can, even though you may not have the kind of support, the family support especially, as you should have, as you should be able to turn and rely on them. But if you don't have any family that you can rely on, do you have a friend? Is there someone in the healthcare field that could possibly offer their services so you get a break? Because you're going to need that mental break at some point. Um, just a day to get away, to have some fun, to clear your head, to refocus, reground, recenter yourself. You're going to need someone else there that can step in, even if it's just for a day or half a day. I would encourage you to try and find someone who can do that. That will help you. It will help you to not want to give up or not feel like you're going to break. Um, I don't know how long your mama has, but it really doesn't matter. To watch anyone die like that, it's hell. I already know. And my mom is not the only one I've watched die. I've watched several people in my life die. And unfortunately, I even had to be the one to make the decision to remove someone from life support. And that was not easy. And that was my own father. So, I don't know why I was chosen for that, but I was. Um, but I can tell you, it hit me harder after the fact. Andre, I would encourage you to do that. Okay? Don't feel like, you're weak for not wanting to speak to someone like a counselor. I would encourage you, especially if you feel you need it. Because I know even after someone passes away, I know there's at least where I'm at, there's get-togethers like having to do with the hospitals where people meet up. It's like a support group for people who are grieving, and they normally get together, I think, like once a month, so you can relate and be with other people who are experiencing the same thing you are. So I'd encourage you to go look in your area, see if there's that available to you. And if you speak to a counselor, even ask them, they might know. I didn't go to a counselor. I had to deal with my emotions and my, all the thoughts. It was just me, my daddy, and my brother, and my mama. You know, I guess where I lucked out is my mama could still, you know, talk to me. You know, she was still aware, she was still alert. So I could still have conversations with her like I'm having with you right now. And, you know, even though I couldn't share with her everything that was going on with me, but when I was facing something, I did exactly what any other child would do. Turn to your mom or your dad and ask them. So, and she would still give me that guidance that I needed. But I also watched her fight, um, because the doctor said she would only live 2 years from the time she was diagnosed without a lung transplant. Yeah, well, my mama beat the odds. She didn't just live 2 years, she lived 5 years. And I know the doctors were shocked because they thought she would have already been gone before then. And what's even more crazy is I even saw my mama's doctor last year, not because I'm a patient, but because my insignificant other is. And he remembers my mama. That was over 24 years ago that she passed away. He knows exactly who she is. And he would tell you, she was probably one of the strongest patients he ever cared for. And he watched her fight, and she did. Every time. Even when others around me, close to her, gave up on her. I never did. And I wouldn't. And she kept fighting until she had nothing left. You know, I can't, you know, when I look back on it now, me expecting my mama to go through and suffer and fight for as long as she did, it was very selfish of me. But people will say, but, you know, you're young. Yeah, I was young. But that doesn't excuse and make it right that I would, you know, out of my own selfishness, expect her to suffer, you know, for my benefit or my brother's benefit or my daddy's benefit, just because we weren't ready to let her go. The truth of it is, we would have never been ready, no matter what. And that's what I want you to know, Andre. Even though you know it's coming, you're never prepared, not completely. It will still hit you like a ton of bricks. Um, and even after it happens, which I hope that's a long time away. I mean, I don't want your mama to suffer, but I would want you to have as much time with her as you got. Because I don't want anyone to have to go through what I went through. Um, but I understand that's life. We're all gonna die one day. But I would make the most of it. You know, enjoy the time with her. But again, you got to make sure you're taken care of too. And if nobody's there to take care of you, you got to do it for yourself. Which means you need someone in your corner who you can call on a day you're just having a bad day. And you just can't be there for mama that day. It's understandable if you're taking on her full care. Especially if you don't have a nurse there at the house. Because that was the other thing. We didn't have a nurse. We were her nurses. We did it all. And, you know, that took some learning. And obviously, it had to make us that much stronger to be able to not just be just, you know, a loved one in there and watching, but we also had to literally be her nurses to make sure she had her medication, make sure she got her, you know, breathing treatments, make sure she was fed, you know, her drinks, because there were times she couldn't walk, and she couldn't walk far at that because she had no lungs. So we had to bathe her, clothe her. I had to do all of that. So again, you're gonna need someone else, even just to help with some of those things, so you don't feel like you're taking it on all by yourself. Hi, Sage. How you doing, sweetheart? We'll find someone, Andre. I encourage you to do that, baby. Well, Eric, I'm sorry to hear that, baby. Well, it's good to see you, Sage. So, Andre, just know I'm here. We're here. Um, Even if you just need someone to talk to, you know, when you're ready to do a reading, I'm here. But we're here too if you need someone to talk to. I know it's not easy. Um, I wish I could have taken my mom on a trip. I wish I had that, the resources to do that, because now I even often think of the things we would have done if she was still here, you know. In fact, on my 40th birthday, even my 30th birthday, and my 21st, my mama wasn't there for any of those birthdays, those milestone birthdays, because she died when I was 19. And I know one of them, she would have wanted to go on a trip. No. Okay, Moonchild. Thank you so much, beautiful. You have sweet dreams, honey. And those words are beautiful. I appreciate you. So sweet dreams to you and good night. I'll see you tomorrow night. Hey, Finn. I'm Gravy, baby. It's my 1 year channel anniversary. Thank you for asking how you're doing. So, I had planned my 40th birthday. I had planned to take a trip because I knew that's something my mama would have done for me. She was big about birthdays. And she was the one that always planned out our birthday parties when we were kids, but she did it for everybody. She even did it for the adults. She would go out of her way to make us all feel special on our birthdays. And, but unfortunately, when I turned 40, it was in the middle of the pandemic. Obviously, the country was shut down. Couldn't go anywhere. Where was I going to go? There was nowhere to go. So, and really, um, I shouldn't have been, going anywhere to begin with. But I also remember, I said to my mom, I said, where would you have taken me? Where would you have taken me? Where would you have wanted to go if you were here right now? And I got my answer. Surprised me, but I got it. I haven't been able to take that trip yet, but I will. I still plan on it. So, again, baby, make the most of it. And I just saw a bright spirit orb over here. Make the most of the time. Take her on a trip. The things your mama, if she has the energy and the strength, and if she's willing, just remember that. What are some of the things that maybe she would have wanted to do that she hasn't been able to do yet? Try and, as they call it, a bucket list. I don't like it being referred to that, but commonly known as a bucket list. And do those things with her. Make those memories. Because it's those memories that will get you through when she is gone physically. Will it make you sad too and want to cry? Yeah. But the tears are also very healing. And even now, Andre, knowing what you know, don't be afraid to cry. And please don't feel like you're weak for wanting to cry. Allow it to flow around you. Let it out. Otherwise, it'll eat you up, and you'll start to get angry. And you may even build up resentment. Whether that resentment is towards your mama, towards the universe, God, whatever it is you believe, or even towards your siblings and other family members, even friends. But you can even resent yourself for it. Don't allow it to go that far. Just because you're afraid to cry or you don't have a moment to cry, find that time. And when she is gone, make that time too. And it doesn't matter how long it takes. Okay? However long you feel, whatever it is you feel it. He called it an effort list. That's exactly what it is, Finn. Um, because I know for me, it took me 12 years to come to peace with it, some sort of acceptance of it. And it wasn't easy. But I had to live through it, and I had to allow my, emotions flow through me. And um I did yell at God, cursed him into the next millennium. I did all that. But I had to, because that's how I felt. So you feel however you feel. And don't allow anyone to tell you you're wrong for feeling the way you feel. You have every right to feel what you feel. And anyone who wants to tell you differently, tell them to F off. And anyone who wants to come in and try and tell you, um, once she is gone, um, after time passes by, that it's already been long enough and it's time to move on, tell them to go F themselves too. Because obviously they've never lost someone that close to completely understand how much it hurts. Because even though, like I said, you think you're prepared, you think you're ready, you're never completely prepared or ready. It will still hit you. It may not hit you right away. It may not hit you at first. But when it does, it hits you like a ton of bricks. You know, Andre, and I hate that you don't have nobody else. But you know what? Love your mama, honey. You know, try not to have that pity party for yourself. Because that's only going to build up that resentment and anger. And that's not fair to your mama. You know, I don't want you resenting her. I don't want you to have any type of anger like that towards her. Just because out of all the kids, you're the responsible one. You know, strengthen that bond with her. That connection you have with her. There's a special connection there that obviously your siblings don't seem to have. At least not yet. With your mama. But understand me, when she's gone, even your siblings, they're going to regret it. And they will have a lot of regrets. We're all here. Yeah, that too, DM. I agree, baby. Andre, I didn't want to take on everything I did for my mama. And Andre, listen to me, baby. I know you're I know you're at least 18 years old, right? I was 14 when my mama was diagnosed. And it was a year later where she went completely downhill. And she had to rely on us to take care of her. And obviously, because she couldn't work, that's when more of the financial hardships came to play. Her medical bills, all those different things. I had the opportunity to leave, to go live with my biological father and his side of the family, my grandparents and my aunts, and my younger sister. I could have lived a completely different life in a much, if you think of as far as material possessions, yeah, I would have had a lot of different things. I would have been able to take vacations. I would have never had to go and work 60, 70 hours a week to help my parents pay the bills. All my necessities would have been given to me. All I would have had to do is stay in school. I had that opportunity, but I said no. I chose to stay here. Why? Because I wasn't going to leave my mama. I couldn't do that. Even at 14, 15 years old, I could not do that. And yeah, it was hell. And I'm not going to tell you it wasn't, Andre, because it was. Yeah, there were times through it. Did I think of like saying the heck with this and getting on that airplane and flying home to California to live with my dad and my aunts and my grandparents? Yeah, I did. But would I honestly follow through with it? No. And understand me, I went home a couple times over those few years to see my family. So I had an opportunity even then to not get back on that airplane and come back here. Nope. I was getting back on that airplane to come back. I couldn't leave her. And yeah, that meant I would go through a lot of suffer. I would go through a lot of hardships alongside my daddy, aka stepfather, and my baby brother, who's also my half blood. But that, I don't care about that. I'm just letting you know the differences between my other siblings and the one here. So, and yeah, I did have my daddy and them, but in essence, I also didn't. Because most of the time, he was working, and I was the only one there. Like, I took on her care when my daddy went to work and my baby brother went to school. I had to quit school to be my mama's caregiver, for someone to be there. And then at night, when my daddy came home from work and my brother was at home from school, I went and worked at a restaurant waiting tables. So understand, I had to take it all on. And if I had it to do over again, I would have done it over again. I would have done exactly the same thing. I mean, there was probably a little bit, choices I would have made along the way, but I surely would have still stayed here. I would have never left. No matter what, I had been shown, if it was possible to show me how different my life would have been in California if I had decided to stay out there or go out there, it wouldn't have mattered, because it can't replace that time I had with her. And just to be there, even for my baby brother. My baby brother was in middle school. Understand me, my baby brother was 10 years old when she was diagnosed. And he was 15, just entered his freshman year of high school when she passed away. So, again, I'm sorry. Andre, I really am, baby. But understand, you were chosen for it for a reason. You can do it. Just know it's going to take, yeah, it'll take time, baby. But you can do it. You're not walking it alone. You're never alone, Andre. Even though it might physically feel like you are, but you're not. And you got to remember that. Hi, Buttercup. No, beautiful. I didn't get a chance to do homeschooling because we didn't have the money. So my mama made me promise her, though, that I'd go back and finish. And I would get, I would graduate high school. And I told her I would. It took me a few years after she passed away. But I did. I went back and I got my GED. I kept my promise. My brother, thankfully, was able to graduate high school. But yeah, so don't lose hope, Andre. And talk to your spirit team. Talk to the divine. They'll help you, baby. You just got to let them know what it is you need help with. And if you're meant to have it, they will bring it to you. Just be open to it. You see, I didn't understand all that back then when my mom was alive. Yeah, did I know about praying to God and such? Yes, but it's more than that, baby. It's, talking to your angels, your spirit guides, even your past over loved ones. Saying, listen, like an example, I don't have enough money to pay the rent and put food on the table. Can you help bring some extra money into the household so I can at least have my basic needs met? Tell them what it is you need. Be very specific. And they'll find a way to help you. They'll answer you. But also understand me, Andre, sometimes the answer you also get may not be the one you want. But it is what it is. Because though our angels and our spirit guides are here to help us, they are our helpers. So don't think, they're not. We also came here to learn certain things, to go through life. Learn certain lessons along the way. And sometimes, even what we say we need, even if we feel like, why would God keep that from us or not give that to us? Because there's a lesson to be learned. You chose to come here and learn that lesson. So do not feel like the world is punishing you in any kind of way. And I know it's hard to understand and, think that way, but that's how you got to look at it. There's something you signed up for before you incarnated into this life that you're supposed to learn. It's just up to you to identify those lessons and acknowledge them and say, okay, but also live in gratitude. Gratitude is the most important thing you can do. Be grateful, again, for the time you have left with your mama, but even be grateful for the things you do have, the little things, the simplest of things, the things we all take for granted. Because when you take, when you are grateful, that's when the universe will come in and bless you unexpectedly. I've seen it happen time and time again. Absolutely, Buttercup. I made sure I was keeping my promise. You know, and it was foolish of me to, look back on it now, 2020. I should have gone right after I withdrew from school and just taken the test. But it wasn't top of mind. It wasn't my priority. My priority was to take care of my mother and work. My schooling will come later. But yeah, I did keep my promise. I was going to make sure of that. And I know it was hard for my mama to see me have to withdraw from school because, she, not only because there were times, so many times through the day, she would have her coughing spells, which she wouldn't be able to breathe. And she would need a breathing treatment or her inhaler or something else to help her breathe, but also to keep her calm. And so I know there was even a day I had gotten dressed up to go to school, and my mama comes to me and she tells me, can you stay home with me today? Mama, you okay? Yes, baby, I'm okay, but I just need you to stay at home with me. And what it was is she was scared. So she didn't feel good, but she wouldn't tell us that she wasn't feeling good. And it wasn't, but maybe a day or two later, she ended up in the hospital on life support because her lungs were being filled up more with an infection because she ended up getting bronchitis that ended up turning to pneumonia, which damaged her lungs even more through the process. So I had to understand that there was a lot that she was experiencing that she wouldn't share with me, but she would let me know if she was scared. So much of the time, it was to be there so she didn't panic because she was still afraid she was going to die. And she wasn't ready to die. And she told me that. She told all of us that. But who would be ready to die? My mama was 41 when she passed away. You know, when I think of that, knowing I just turned 44, it's like, what? 41? No. I still got a lot of life to live. So, her being 41, so she was in her mid-30s when she became sick. Um, to, just fear that and just not have that comfort and worry, that she won't be here tomorrow. And if someone's not there, she would panic. Or there, like I said, she would have those coughing spells and she would hyperventilate. So I would have to stand there with her and talk her through it to get her to calm down. So, she wouldn't hyperventilate to where I'd end up having to call the paramedics come get her because there would be nothing I could do for her at the house anymore. It would have taken, the hospital to help her from there. And that's awesome to hear, Darby. And Andre, that's true too, baby. I don't know how advanced her cancer is, but baby, don't lose hope. No matter what. No matter how grim it looks, don't lose hope. Because I faced that too, even with my mama being really sick. There was a point that the doctors kind of gave up on her. Even my daddy gave up on her. And I didn't know. And my mama didn't either. And she surprised a lot of people and proved a lot of people wrong, you know, in spite of what we were told. So don't lose hope. I still believe in miracles. And you got to believe in those miracles too. Oh, thank you so much, Buttercup. Yeah, and I'm, same to you, Buttercup. Whether it's your parents, a sibling, it's rough. And to be young, yes, it's rough. It very much was, but it matured me a lot faster. I grew up a lot faster. I think that's probably why when, after she died, when I was 19 and even 20, um, looking for love, I definitely was not looking for someone my age. Why? Because guys my age were not mature. And given what I just walked through, they definitely weren't, most of them weren't mature in that way like I had been because of what I had lived through. So it's no fault to them. It's just they got to be teenagers. They got to live a normal teenager life. I didn't. So because I grew up so fast and that made me mature mentally and emotionally that much quicker, I needed someone that was on that same wavelength as me. And it turned out that it was going to take someone in their 30s and up to match that wavelength with me. That could, be on that mature level and understand me in the way, I needed that understanding to know that I knew exactly what I wanted and where I was going and how I was going to get there. And that I wasn't out there for the foolishness. I wasn't out there trying to party. I wasn't out there being silly and, crazy and, like how some kids, they end up in college, which is great. Nothing against them enjoying their college years, but I wasn't into any of that. You know, I I was still in reality. And even today, you know, I'm what they call an optimistic realist. I'm optimistic, but I'm also, realistic about it too in the same breath. So it gives you a different peace of mind, but it also gives you a different way of looking at things, of having to balance both all at the same time. and Darby, and that's just terrible too. How that all happens. But you got this, Andre. You got this, baby. Don't lose hope. You're stronger than that. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. You just don't know it yet. And maybe that's part of the reason why you're going to have to go through this. Because maybe the universe needs you to see that in yourself. In order for you to see that in yourself, they have to kind of like force it out of you for you to see it, to believe it. Sometimes that happens, you know. Sometimes the divine and the universe have to make us feel uncomfortable. Like we have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, which pretty much means we become too complacent in our current life and where we are in our life, where we're meant for something else, or we're supposed to do something else, but we hadn't come to that realization yet. So that's when the divine will come in and shake our world apart. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's devastating, sometimes it's in the middle, depends. But to pull us out of that stagnant energy of complacency, to make us take a different look, a harder look, another view at something that maybe we didn't think about or consider before. You know, take me for an example. I went through that 2 years ago. Um, Knowing I had to sell my house, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that at all. But life put circumstances and I was forced to. And that was the divine's way of shaking my world up to make me see things differently because they needed me to answer my calling, which was to do exactly what I'm doing right now. And I wasn't going to see it back then if I had stayed in that house and kept living my life the way I was living it back then. Not to say that I was doing anything bad, but I surely was not thinking about ever starting a YouTube channel or returning back to reading tarot cards for people because I gave it up for some years to pursue other things and also to be the supportive spouse to help them boost their career and so on. So they needed me to refocus, to re-engage, to tune in on a deeper level so I could be here with you to help people like you. So I finally answered that calling and I finally said, okay. But it took me having to go through some stuff and it took me, yeah, having to lose. But in a sense, did I really lose? Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. It just depends on your, your perspective. Because though I gave up my old house and sold it, it was a bigger house than what I have now. But never ever ever would have thought or guessed or imagined that I would be buying a brand new house just simply by selling that house and moving to a different city than what I was living in. But that's how it turned out. So did I lose? Depends on how you look at it. From my perspective, no. Did I lose, the life I had before? Yeah. But I guess that was supposed to happen that way too. Um, so again, so I could be here with y'all. Because this channel didn't come about back then. It came about after the fact, and it was something that even crossed my mind even before I officially had sold my house. So it was the divine's way of guiding me here. And I'm blessed. No matter what, I'm blessed. And I remind myself of that too. So, I'm going to tell you something else, Andre, that I had to do. And I still do. Still do it to this day. I recite positive affirmations. I stand in the bathroom. I look myself in the mirror. And I repeat those positive affirmations to remind myself how strong, powerful I am, knowledgeable, how blessed, you know, all these different things that even others say to me. Um, but I also tell myself these exact words: everything's going to work out perfectly in my favor. And I repeat those words until I believe it in my spirit. And sometimes that's exactly what I need to recharge me so I can get up and go and take care of what I need to take care of, to face another day, especially if I'm having a bad day that's like, man, I can I just stay in bed kind of day. You know, we all go through those moments. And sometimes that's all I need to do to re-engage, to remind myself, and, you know, to face the world even, face the public. So come up with some words that will remind you of that. Tell you, you are strong, you know, you will get through this, and you will be more than just fine. It may not be right now, may not be tomorrow, but you're going to be fine. But you're going to be more than fine. And you will find your way. You know, does that mean it's going to be exact? No. Will you trip? Will you fall? Will you mess up? Make mistakes? Yeah. But nobody's perfect again. And we're all meant to make those mistakes because we have to learn something else in the process. Life's a process. What we're living through is a life lesson, but it's, you know, a life full of lessons that we need to learn to take with us into the next life, into the next universe, or into the heavens, whatever it is you believe. Buttercup, I hate to hear that, honey. Yeah, don't feel that way, honey. I don't know if you know my story, Buttercup. I'm not sure. And Andre, that's a good one too, baby. You're right. And I've had to tell myself that same one too. And that's another one I picked just because it's what I'm going to manifest, you know, that whatever it is I need, and even some things I want, that the universe is going to find its way to make sure I receive it if I'm meant to have it. And I think that's probably the other key lesson is that you need to remind yourself what's meant for you will never pass you by. And the people who are meant to be in your life will be there, no matter how long they're there. If they're only meant to be with you for a season and that season comes and goes, that's okay. Let them go. There will be more people who come into your life at the right time when it's meant to happen, when you're supposed to have them there. And you're not going to have to beg, you know, plead with them to stay. They're going to want to be in your life just as much as you're going to want to be in their life. Hi, Ranger. And that's great, Andre. And you keep reminding yourself of that. It's good your mamas teach you that. And don't forget that. You know, get one of those vision boards. If you don't have one, I would encourage you to get one and put all those words of affirmations on it. Place it somewhere in your house, in your office, wherever, where you see it every day, no matter what. And make sure you recite that to yourself every single day. Pick all the different ones. And it will come to be as long as you truly believe in what you're saying to yourself. Just make sure you tell yourself that in the mirror. You know, it's so easy to get caught up and lost when we tell ourselves negative things. And you see, we keep telling ourselves those negative things, and then we wonder why things happen. But it's really, it's our, you know, it's ourselves saying we're not deserving or we're not good enough. So we don't even try. Or we allow other people to tell us what we're deserving of and what we're not. And we believe in what they say more than what we should believe in ourselves, or the people who truly love us unconditionally, like a mother who will, you know, love you unconditionally. As long as you keep going and keep telling yourself you're going to be more than fine and you will manifest it, it will come to be. I can guarantee that. It just may not happen exactly in the time frame you want it to, but it will. And that's awesome to hear, Darby. I know it works for people. I really do know it works. I watched it work for many people. Yeah, Buttercup, get some black tourmaline. I believe Darby's trying to tell you what my spirit guides told me to tell her to do. Buy a piece of black tourmaline crystal from wherever that has black tourmaline. Think of all the negative thoughts you have, any negative energy you might be carrying around, and imagine you are putting all that negative energy into that crystal for it to absorb it out of you. And in turn, you're recycling that energy and bringing positive energy back into you. Hi, Kainoa. If I didn't say your name right, I apologize. Hi, Cheryl. How you doing, beautiful? I'm sorry to hear that, Buttercup. Yeah, it tends to happen, beautiful, especially if you're in a toxic relationship. Aloha to you too, honey. Sure, Cheryl. Yeah, I just got cold suddenly. What's your question, Cheryl? No, you're welcome, Sage. Anytime, honey. Cheryl, well, I mean, are you talking about like things like maybe you have that you obtained over the years from what, like antiques, or are you talking about like things like you inherited from family members? Um, Most times, I mean, it's rare for a spirit to really care about those things because that's more of like a human emotion. Cheryl, material possessions is more of a human thing because it's in the physical. It's not in the spiritual. Do our loved ones hope we appreciate the things they leave behind? Yeah, but does it upset them if for whatever reason we can't hold on to it and we gotta let it go? No, they understand. You know, it's no different than you going through and let's just say, um, you made a promise to, I don't know if your parents are still alive or not. I'm sorry, I can't remember, but I'll just, I'll just say, use me as an example. Let's just say I made a promise to my mama that um, I wouldn't allow her to be cremated. That I would make that promise to her. And let's just say that, unfortunately, due to circumstances and finances, I wasn't able to keep my promise that I had to cremate her anyways because I didn't have the money to give her a proper funeral, like bury her in the ground somewhere. She would not be mad at me. Why? Because on the other side, they understand. They understand the circumstances. You know, it's like I said before, they see everything you're going through. So they understand why some things can't, be kept, why you can't keep your word. Um, they understand that you gave it, your best shot of trying to, keep your word. But, things happen. So that it's not something that upsets them, sweetheart. They're not concerned with those material things because it doesn't, it's physical here, not up there. Hi, Jedi. Thank you, honey. Cheryl, I get that. Did I tell you what I did, Cheryl? Um, I mean, it was probably the last pre-recorded video I made, but I'll sum it up for you quickly, as quickly as I can. About, wow, it's been about 8 years, almost, something like that. It was holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and I was scheduled for an 8-hour surgery that I did not have. the means to pay. Like, I had to take out a loan, but it was medically necessary. I had to have it, but my insurance wouldn't pay for it. And so, um, I was trying to get everything ready for the holiday season because I was not sure how it was going to, be right after surgery, especially when I was scheduled for surgery to have surgery 12 days before Christmas. And so I was at home one day cleaning house, doing something, and I had already, bought, Christmas gifts and stuff and just needed to wrap them in that. And I hear um, a radio station I listen to often, and they were, talking about a event they were hosting. It was to take collection, food donations to help families in need for the holiday season because, obviously there's many families out there who can't afford to buy all that extra food just to have a big Thanksgiving or Christmas meal. So I felt bad. I really felt bad. I didn't, I wanted to help, but at the same time, I didn't have the money. Like I said, I didn't even have the money for my surgery that I medically needed, but I had to take a loan. And I had already used the money that I had put aside to buy Christmas gifts with, to buy the Thanksgiving and Christmas, food with. It was already accounted for and spent. So I had decided, it just, I had to do something. I had to help. I didn't know how, but I knew I had to help some way, somehow. And as I'm sitting there, I'm trying to, run through my head, like, how can I do this? Where am I going to get money to be able to buy food to donate to this event? And suddenly, the light bulb goes off. I remember all the jewelry my parents had bought me over the years, from the time I was a little girl, all the way up until right before they passed away. Um, just, different, pieces of jewelry they gifted me, you know, um, as I got older. That was just sitting in my old jewelry box that was just collecting dust. I wasn't wearing it. I didn't have any kids of my own to, hand it down to. And it didn't feel right to keep it either. Even though it was my family heirlooms, technically, when you think about it, I just made the decision. I said, well, I'm going to help. So I took all the jewelry in that jewelry box, and except for one piece I kept, and I went down to my personal jeweler. I sold all that jewelry that my parents gifted me, the things I could not replace, that I would never get back because all my parents are gone. And I asked my jeweler if he could help me. If could he buy the items from me so I could donate and help that event to feed the families in need for the holiday season. And obviously him and his wife were very taken back by what I wanted to do and what I was doing, what I was giving up just to do this, to help strangers in need. But I needed to do it, and I wanted to do it. So they agreed to help me, and they gave me the money for all my jewelry that I had brought to them, all the pieces my parents gifted me over the years. And I went to the grocery store. I bought every single thing on that list that they requested, times 21. So in total, all the money I received bought 21 meals for the Thanksgiving holiday that year for 21 families. And I also still had some money left over from it that I also gifted to a couple of the military veterans, um, charities that help, wounded veterans that come back from war, and also to help buy Christmas gifts for those same families that didn't have the money to buy Christmas gifts for their kids either. That's what I did. You would have thought my parents would be mad at me for doing that. No. Not even close. They were so proud of me, especially my mama, that I got a special visit from her that night after I came home from the event. And she was letting me know. She was proud of me. It did not upset her. She knew why I was doing it. So, again, don't think that they're going to be mad at you or anything's going to happen because you have to let something go. Maybe you're meant to let it go, Cheryl. You know, because you're meant for something better. You're meant to have something else in place of it. You know, there's the thing about if you want new things in your life, you got to make room for them first. You have to make room for the universe to bring them towards you, which means you got to let go of the past. You have to release it, and sometimes you have to leave things behind. So, no. Hi, Steve. How you doing, baby? Hi, Miss Money. Thank you. I'm glad it helps you, honey. Good evening to you too, Miss Money. So yeah, you know, Cheryl, give it to people who can use it. Beautiful. Is there like a Salvation Army? Is there some other like homeless shelter? Is there anything like that where those items can be used? That's what I would do with it, beautiful. Very much so, Sage. My mama was a loving person. She loved and accepted everyone. I was blessed to have her as a mama. Truly was. So I hope that helps you, beautiful. Don't be worried. Don't be scared. Don't think you're doing anything wrong. Don't think you're going to upset them. Um, just tell them why you're doing it. If you really feel the need, like, you know, explain, like, I can't take these things with me. I don't have enough room, whatever the reason is. And just say, listen, maybe I can give it to a charity, you know, who can take it and, you know, it can help others. Mm. And that's a beautiful thing, Cheryl. I hope they're able to take it, honey. Absolutely, Cheryl. They understand, beautiful, and that's what I always try and remind y'all of. You know, when I say that they know everything, I'm dead serious. Your family, your friends, everyone you knew in this life that are over on the other side now, they're watching over you. They see everything you're going through, good, bad, and everything in between. So they understand. You know, there's just times that you can't hold on to things. There are certain times you can't keep that promise. You had every intention, with every good intention to keep it, but for whatever reason you can't. They understand. Okay? They don't hold that against you. You know, and again, those material things over there, it doesn't matter to them. It does, but it doesn't. It doesn't matter in the same context. It may matter to us because we're here in the physical, or they're in the spiritual. It's completely different over there. So just talk to them, Cheryl. They'll listen to you, beautiful. They really do know. I promise you, girlfriend. Yep. I agree, darling. Amen, Sage. I agree, honey. In fact, Cheryl, I can probably show you a picture of the event. Because I think I found one of those pictures. I went to the event for a few years, in fact. And Sage, I'm sure you'll know this radio station. I have a feeling you might. Let me see. And, you know, Cheryl, when I went to the event, I had no intention on talking to anybody there. None. Okay? My intention was to show up, let them know I was there just to drop off the food, and I planned on getting in my car and leaving. No, they wanted to talk to me. They wanted, they were overwhelmed in a good way by my generosity and wanted to know why I was doing it. And they wanted to talk to me on live radio to tell their listeners what I was doing and why I was doing it. I didn't need that acknowledgement or recognition. That's not what I was there for, and I surely wasn't there looking for it. I just knew that's what I needed to do, and I was called to do, and there it is right there. I had 3 or 4 baskets full of groceries. There was one year, like I said, I gave 21 complete meals. But there was another year, I think the following year, I went back and I donated 10 meals, I think it was. So then they wanted my picture. So there it is. That was one of those years when I sold all that jewelry and gave all that food to them for their event to help feed the families in need. And so when I went the first year, and like I said, they wanted me to sit down and talk to them to tell their listeners why I was there, what I was doing. I didn't want to do it at first. I told them that's not what I was there for. I was there to give them the food and leave. But they felt that their listeners needed to hear from me. So I had to think about it for a few minutes, and I finally said, okay. I had to realize that what I was doing would, by hearing my story and what I did to do this, that hopefully it would bring a smile to someone's face that needed it that day. But even more so, that it would help inspire others who would be willing to help, who could help, to help. So I decided to sit down and have that conversation with them and let them interview me right there. And, so I told them the whole story, why I was doing it, what I did to do it, my reasons behind it. And they were completely blown away by me. They thought it was just completely amazing. A complete stranger that it's not like I, had extra money and I'm just, doing this for just whatever. The fact that I sold my heirlooms, as they announced on radio that day, that I sold my family heirlooms to be able to give all that food to complete strangers that needed it. That's why they wanted me to sit down with them. And and they told me my parents would be completely proud of me, and they told me I was like an angel here on earth. You know, yeah, that was very beautiful to hear. And it was nice that they felt they needed to tell me that, and they needed their listeners to understand this too. But God knows what I was doing. My parents were watching exactly what I was doing from heaven. And I know that's how they felt. I know my parents were proud. And again, I knew they understand. They understood. Why? Because I could come to the table with the same understanding. I could relate to all those families out there who didn't have the money to eat, let alone, be able to buy gifts for their kids. Why? Because I went through that myself with my family as a teenager because of my mama being so sick. And that was the other reason I was called to do that. So again, Cheryl, don't feel like you're going to be, in trouble with your loved ones. Give it to a good cause. Give it to someone else who can truly use it, who needs it. It will help a lot. And your family up there, they're not going to be mad. They're not going to come back and haunt you if that's what you're worried about. That's not going to happen. They will be completely proud of you. Ouch. No, that's sweet, Darby. Absolutely, Jedi and Sage. Thank you, honey. Yeah, I mean, it was a humbling experience that day. I mean, because all the people that were there that were collecting donations and putting on the food on the food truck and such, it was very heartfelt, genuine, and it was just a very humbling experience for me. It was something I needed to experience, and it meant the world to me. In fact, just thinking of it right now gives me chills, goosebumps, because I know how deeply it mattered, you know. And I even remember saying to somebody, I had put it to them like this, you know, I understand that even what I did may not make such a huge difference in someone's life. However, I didn't care about the, making a huge splash, you can say. What I cared about was that they can sit down and break bread on Thanksgiving Day and be with their families and not have to worry about where's their next meal going to come from. Because as well as I do, most people cook for like an army for Thanksgiving. And there's always so much leftovers. You can eat on it for, several days. And all I wanted to do was to be able to give that gift to them, even if it was for a day. For one day to know that they didn't have to worry. They didn't have to stress. And that they can appreciate the blessing in that. And to make the most of the time they would have with their family. Because after all, my mama did die Thanksgiving Day. So Thanksgiving is always a difficult day for me. And that was my way of celebrating her and honoring her memory. So, and I think I did her proud that day. And I know there was a lot of people out there who appreciated it. I didn't have to know them. I didn't have to know their name. I didn't have to know their face. I didn't have to even know their story and their whole circumstance. All I just needed to know was they were in need. And I was able to be their answer and help. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to help them then. Oh, that's sweet, Darby. No, Jedi. You're welcome, sweetheart. I'm happy it's helped you that much. That means the world to me, honey. Thank you so much for saying that, letting, me and everyone else here know that. I greatly appreciate you, honey. You know, there's always going to be those days where we all just need to know that someone else out there cares. We don't have to know your face. We don't have to know your name. We don't need to know all those, intricate details about your life to know that you're a human being like the rest of us. And we all go through those obstacles in life where we just, wake up that day and it's like, I can't do this anymore. It's like, what am I supposed to do now? Like, and you want to throw your hands up in the air and give up or say, the hell with it. Or as I would say, F it. Yeah. You know, it's so easy to, fall into the mindset of, I don't give a crap attitude. And I see that happen more and more, unfortunately, today in the world we live in. And I feel like that's where a lot of the mistreatment comes from in the world today. Even the way we treat each other out in public or on the internet. People can be so ugly. It doesn't matter whether it's on, you know, the internet or in public. It's wild to me how people can be that way. But I just don't allow myself to be that way. And I have to remind myself that, we're all entitled to have a bad day. Those days are gonna happen. And it's okay to not always be okay or to not always be or feel your best. It's understandable. Life hits us. And when it hits, boy, it hits hard. That I did learn too. You know, it's not how fast, you hit back, but, how well you react to getting back up and what you do after the fact. No, no, Darby, you're so sweet, honey. I really do try. I try to give y'all both. I try to be as positive as I can be with y'all. But at the same time, sometimes I gotta give y'all the hardcore truth of reality. And yeah, sometimes I have to, kick y'all in the butt a little bit to wake you up, to get you to see things that you're refusing to see or refusing to face or whatever. I hope I have the balance of both. So y'all understand that I understand it both ways. Oh, thank you so much, Jedi. Blessings to you too, to all of y'all. And thank you so much for y'all's beautiful, positive words. That means the world to me. You know, I didn't have to be here tonight, but I felt like I needed to be here with y'all. And, after all, I wouldn't have been able to reach this milestone without y'all. You know, I'm here a year later because of y'all. So many of y'all, been here for me every single day. You show up, I'm here. And those of you who have bought readings, whether for yourself or to help someone else, thank you. It helps a lot and it goes a long way. And, all I can do is hope and pray that, the universe will bless you back tenfolds. I really mean that. Because I want nothing but the best for y'all. I want nothing but the best for y'all to be happy and succeed in this life. To cheer y'all on and be there at the finish line. Be there at the beginning and be there at the end. No, thank you, Jedi. I hope to be too, honey. Darby. Well, my beautiful, you know, if I took tonight off, understand me, I would have had it announced last night. But I know once I knew what we were gonna do, once I knew I was, I made up my mind I was gonna be here. It was only right because it's, the 1 year channel anniversary. I couldn't, just take the night off and not remember why I'm here and forget about y'all. I can't do that. I remember y'all. Just like when I spent my birthday with y'all. Remember, I was here with y'all on my birthday. You know, some of y'all showed up, some of y'all didn't, but the ones that did, I thank you for that too. Yeah, well, I know a few people wanted to know Darby, but I know he understood too. And he knew I wasn't going to tell him either. I didn't tell nobody. See, I can keep a secret. I can keep a secret. Mm. Yeah, Sage, there's a lot I still want to do beautiful. And shorts is one of them that I got to start doing. I just got to find the time to do it. It's just like here lately. I plan out my day the day before. It's like, okay, well, I plan on doing this, this, and this. I'm gonna wake up at this time and have this done by this time. And yeah, my plan goes out the window 9 times out of 10. So I've been talking about doing a few things the last couple months, and I haven't been able to get around to it completely yet. But that's one of them. So thank you for the idea. And I definitely will keep it in mind, beautiful. Because I want to get to 10,000 subscribers first before I enable the memberships. Yeah, I know, honey. And I will get it started. Hi, Miss Lisa. And I love you too, sweetheart. How you doing? And I will. I'll get this short started. I had a couple ideas for it, and someone else said they would help me with it too. So let's see, it's June 7th now. Yeah. I'm gonna try and get a couple things start working on within the week. And then hopefully by, beginning of next month I'll be able to do something and get everything rolling. Oh, that's good to know, Darby, because unfortunately I don't have a computer that works. I got my iPad, yes, but not a computer. Majestic's been working. She got a job. I think she's working 2 jobs now, in fact. And I think Ange got another job. She's doing something else. So I think she took a step back from YouTube for a while, last I heard. So they're still around. Well, that's awesome to hear, Darby. Yeah, I know we talked about that before, beautiful. And I'll probably need your help with that because I don't think I can edit what I want to on this. I haven't tried, but I'm not exactly positive either. Or I may not have the right program for it. I wish I could put a, one of those, tiny houses in my yard. So it would take me out of, this house and I could be in that little house to work. Because sometimes I think part of the problem is I'm, cooped up in this house and I rarely ever get any just complete alone time that allows me to really focus in when some of that creative energy will come in the loudest. It gets interrupted by other things going on in the house. Yeah, and that's what I need is a she shed. Yeah, I agree, Darby. Well, I was gonna go through and I've been working on getting getting an LLC for it, so they won't be able to take it then. If they do, they're gonna get in trouble. So I'd suggest them don't even go there. So, but yeah, if I had a she shed, I believe I could probably get a lot more accomplished. And that's true too, Corey. Yeah, there's a racket that goes on in this house. It's like when I sleep, y'all. I hear the TV in the other room because the living room is right outside my master bedroom, and it's distracting. Um, it's just a lot of different things. And that's where my 2-story house I used to have would have come into play, where I would have had at least a corner of the house that I wouldn't hear people up moving about, or I wouldn't hear the noise. Where those creative, ideas and my intuition would be more, tapped in. Not saying it's not now, it's a little different. Um, where there would be more silence around my house, we'll say. I used to get more of that back then. No, thank you, Sage. I appreciate you, honey. You talking about that commercial, Darby? You talking about that progressive commercial? I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. It's pretty funny. But yeah. Yeah, that would help. But yeah, it's more than that, honey. Yeah, someone told me to get something, because I can fall asleep to listening to music. As crazy as that sounds to some, because I know people need complete silence. And I usually do too. But music, oh, I can fall asleep to music. But just as easily as I can fall asleep to music, I can also wake my butt right up listening to it too if it's the right song. For whatever reason, I'll wake up during a certain song and I'm awake. It's crazy. Um, and unfortunately, I have those what do they call them, AirPods, or is that what they're called? The Wi-Fi sound things, but they hurt my ears. It's because they're too big around. Apparently, I got small ears. No, I can normally fall asleep. Um, like it's rare I can fall asleep hearing the TV on. That disturbs me. But music, it will put me right to sleep if it's the right type of music. And I love music, so because there's been times even when I was watching something on YouTube, I might have just been listening to music playing in the background while I was doing something. And, 1 minute I'm awake, you know, on my, iPad or whatever, typing away, and then next thing I'm out, especially if I'm laying in my bed. And I have one of those Tempur-Pedic mattresses with the adjustable baseboard, so I can raise it up and down. Think of like a recliner. It's just your recliner's made out of a bed in a sense, and it's nice. But so even sitting up, pretty much in my bed, yeah, I'll still fall asleep just because I'm laying on a mattress. Like, I've had that happen a couple times. Just listening to music. No. No, I'm glad, Sage. Well, hey there, stranger. I was just thinking about you. Second coming. I was just thinking about you yesterday, baby. How you doing? Where you been hiding? You must have been busy working. And yes, honey. I have my singing bowl over here. I know, I'm sure I've showed it to you once before, and I've tapped it. But I mean, I'll give y'all like an example. Let's just say I listen to like some of the '80s music, since I'm an '80s baby. listen to like some of the songs by like, bands like Journey, Foreigner, things like that. Bon Jovi even. And a lot of it's more of the softer rock because a lot of it, the ones I've listened to are more of like the ballads they had. But then there'll be one of their other songs that'll play. Say like one of my favorite songs I love listening to, which is by Bon Jovi, Blaze of Glory. And that song will wake me right up. When I was asleep 5 minutes ago, there are other songs put me to sleep, but then that song comes on and I wake up. Just as an example. He was just listening to some Sadie. I love Sadie. She makes some good music too, honey. Baghdad. Yeah, I remember you was telling me you were still over there, baby. I'm glad to know you're still safe. You're still doing good. I hope life's been treating you well, baby. But yeah, I love all kinds of music like that. So, um, there's all kinds of different bands from, back in the 80s. But, whether that was like rock or what some people would call like the soft melody rock or um, even some of like the R&B and soul and all that good music. I listen to all of it. And then I listen to the newer stuff too. Hi, Nicole. I was just thinking about you last night, beautiful. I was wondering where you been at. How you doing, honey? Oh yeah, it's Sage. All the frequency. I need to look more into that. I have listened to it a couple of times and it's put me to sleep. But as soon as like it seems like at least when I listen to it on YouTube, if I don't hit any buttons, like after so much time's passed, it pauses it. And then you have to go through and hit a button for it to continue playing. And so sometimes when that happens, that will also wake me up because the music stopped playing. I've had that happen too. What time is it? It's 3:53 a.m. for me, baby. It's Saturday morning. Google tongue drum. Okay, I'll do that. Well, I have to look into that, Darby. I was trying to mess with something earlier today. Um, I was gonna go through and mess with some of the settings, like set some settings for like where people can they have to be subscribed for so long before they can chat and that kind of thing. And it took me I started looking at other things pertaining to the channel and stuff. Yeah, I have that too, Sage. Oh, I'm happy you're still here, Sonia. I have that too, but it pauses it. It'll start playing and it'll play for so long and then it'll pause. And because, when I've been up doing things or just sitting there, I'm wide awake and I'm busy, shuffling cards or whatever. And then suddenly it stops playing. I'm like, huh? And I go to it and there's that little box screen. If you want it to continue to play, you know, let us know you're still here, kind of thing. It's like, huh? So, and I've listened to that before too, Darby. But again, it stops. I swear it pauses it. So I gotta go in there and mess with all those settings. Okay. I will. Like I said, I got a long to-do list I still need to do. Because it gets annoying when it stops playing, you know. And, so many other things that I still got to look at. Just so I can get things situated more the way I want it for the channel. But even my personal time just to listen to music or whatever. Because I got all kinds of different, songs that randomly comes on there too. Songs that I haven't heard in forever. But because I guess I listen to some of the same type of music, it'll play like, it's like, because you listen to this type of music, we thought this would go good kind of thing, playlist. I just, whatever. I'll pick a song and it'll start playing and then it'll play other songs that I've played or whatever after that. Which I think is cool that it does that. Stupid trolls. Bye-bye. See you bye. X-Pyro. I can't believe it's 4 in the morning. Do I still look tired to y'all? No, I don't, Nicole. Okay. Yeah, it's getting to that hour, Darby, where they start coming out. Oh no, Nicole, that's not good, honey. No, thank you, Sage. Yeah, I have to, I want to get a couple more, and I haven't gotten them yet. I need some shelves, actually. It's what I need to be able to put my crystals up on the wall, so if the cats get, in here, they shouldn't be able to reach it unless they jump on the box or the desk or something. But I also need places to put the rest of my tarot and oracle decks on, so I can have them organized and all that. Isn't that true, Darby? It surely seems that way, especially around the 4 o'clock hour. Mama must have told him it's time for them to come home. But that's not good, Nicole. I hate to hear you're having nightmares, honey. You have to tell me what kind of nightmares you've been having when I come back. I think I heard the cats knock over a box over there chasing each other again, making a mess. Because Wolfie knocked over his litter box earlier that I had to clean up. And then Toby like kicked all some of his litter out of his box, which I hate when they do that. So I'll be right back, y'all. That's weird, Darby. Some people are weird. Y'all's crazy cravings. Let me go back. That's awesome, Sage. Hi, an agent. Thank you, baby. Lavender smells good. Man, a strawberry shake sounds good. You know, Nicole, if you're experiencing that, sweetheart, you need to go through and say a prayer before you fall asleep every night. And you need to ask God to protect your dreams. So you don't have any bad dreams. But so that if by possible you think like something's trying to attack you, those dreams will be sealed from those types of energies or entities from entering. Because when you're sleeping, that's when you're at your weakest point throughout the day. So it's easier for, entities to enter your dreams that way if you don't protect them. But you have to say that to, if you believe in a God, the divine, your angels, whoever, you got to ask for that protection, for them to watch over you and protect you as you sleep. And that should cut back on the dreams. I would also tell you, like what Miss Darby brought up about using some type of crystal and sleep and put it underneath your pillow. That would also help too. But you gotta also do the same thing with crystal though. You gotta have that energy and the intention of that crystal to help absorb that energy so it doesn't, linger around in your dreams. But you also gotta do, what I always talk about, spiritual hygiene, which is burning like things like sage or Palo Santo, ridding your room of any energies that might be lingering in your space, and command it to leave. And then ask your spirit team, the divine, to protect that space. But that's a daily thing you got to do. It's not something you can do just one time and expect it to apply every day. It doesn't work that way. You got to think of spiritual hygiene the same way you do your physical hygiene, like taking a shower, brushing your hair, your teeth. It's something you do daily. So you got to do it on a daily basis. Well, I mean, do you not have curtains? Can you not hang curtains up in that window? Yeah, keep those curtains up, honey. Don't open them if you feel like it's coming through there, but you gotta open that window if you're gonna do a smoke smudge of your bedroom. But you also gotta make sure whatever crystal you have, you also gotta make sure you cleanse that too. And then after you cleanse it, you have to put the intention what that crystal is meant to do. So you gotta say to your spirit team, I'm using this crystal to help absorb any and all negative or evil entities or energies. And that crystal be used to absorb any of that. So it doesn't interfere with your dreams in your sleep. And then, make sure you go behind it and smudge your bedroom. But then you gotta make sure you cleanse those crystals. Smoke cleansing works. Um, but you can put it out in the moonlight, full moon. Be careful with sunlight, because some crystals, they will it'll destroy them. You have to be careful with water too, because some crystals can't get wet. It'll destroy those as well. So you got to do your research and look up all the care instructions on the different crystals. So if you know what kind of crystal you have, I would do the research, the care instructions for it. Hi, Stephen. Is it Sage? What day is the 11th? What is that, next Saturday? No, it's not right, Amanda. Because I have to get, before I forget, I need to put some water out there in the moon. Oh, next Wednesday. If that's when the full moon is. And of course, this stupid calendar don't tell me. But well, hey there, Nikki. How you doing, honey? It's been a while. How you been? Yeah, I got most of those crystals, Darby. Most of my crystals are over there or over here. The next full moon's a strawberry moon. Howdy, big. You know. I'll probably have to set out some bottled water in the windowsill probably like Monday. Otherwise, I'd forget. That'd be my luck. But I think I have to put it. Oh, I'll have to look outside. See which side the sun and the moon come around. Yeah, that's when I needed some moon water. Unfortunately, most times when the full moon is out, I'm normally working, so I don't get to use the full moon like that. Could be, Darby. That'll be cool if he's born on the full moon. It's like everybody who just went to sleep, apparently. That's funny. It's a big warp again. That'd be funny, Darby. So funny. Yeah, it's true. Did I tell y'all what happened yesterday? Some of y'all were here, others weren't. But yesterday afternoon, I don't even remember what I was doing now. I was probably up shuffling decks for all I know. But I get this random text message saying, oh, something about, I heard this restaurant called Sea Spice or something like that is really good. Do you want to go there next Friday? I'm looking at this message. I'm like, who the hell are you? Didn't tell me who it was. Don't recognize the number, of course. Not a number I know. I'm like, and at first, I was just gonna ignore it because normally I don't answer messages from people I don't know the number. But I sat there and I'm like, no, I feel bad because what if this is a guy trying to get up the courage to ask a girl out, and he finally caught up the courage, and so I'm like, no, Amanda, don't be that way. But I just responded back to him and I said, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you're looking for, but I think you got the wrong number. And just left it at that. Didn't think I'd get another response. Well, this is so-and-so. Do you remember me? Yeah, I didn't answer that one. It's like, yeah, you still didn't tell me who you was looking for either. Steven, are you sure about that? My mod would know if I'm married or not. Trust me. I suggest you listen to my mod. Because she's right. Oh. Stephen Ham, even if I was, why does it matter? Like, I'm not available is what my mom's trying to say to you. Okay? So, let me make it clear to you. Since you don't want to listen to what my moderator just told you. She is right. When she just told you that technically I'm married. And technically, yes, I've been married for over 20 years. You know, I don't consider myself married, but on paper I am. Okay. So, she's right. Try again. Yep, she's right about that too. So, and you know, Stephen Ham, since you want to be rude, you know, to my subscribers too, the other one is also correct by saying this is not a dating site. This is a psycho tarot channel. Psycho. I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. Must be getting tired. This is a psychic tarot channel. It's not a dating site. I'm not here to date people. I'm here to do my business. And reading tarot cards is my business. It's how I make my money and pay my bills. So unless you want to be here to buy a reading, I suggest you hit the road, Jack. Yes, Darby, you're correct. I don't know why people are so hard at hearing. I was frozen for a minute, Nikki. I'm sorry, honey. Must be YouTube. Like, people just, you know, it's either YouTube or it's my internet connection isn't so great over here. So I must admit it's better than it was at my other place I was living at over a year ago. Hello, Ernesto. That's funny, Nikki. You're right about that, too. I mean, you know, Stephen Ham. You know, since you want to be in here, and you're so interested in me, why not make a donation to the channel? You know, it is my 1-year channel anniversary after all. Oh, yes, Nikki. It drives me crazy, beautiful. Because I don't want y'all to miss, you know, and the streams mess up. And unfortunately, there's been so many times that I've had to go through and restart the stream on my end because it would keep messing up on y'all's end where it would freeze. And so, that's right, Nikki. Hi, Betty. I don't even know where that came from. Like Spirit hey, they're funny. That's all I can say sometimes. They catch me off guard for sure. You know how some people come on here all the time and say, yeah, y'all crazy. That stuff ain't real, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that might be so in your world, Rhythm Walker. But you want to know who's queen here? Oh, me. Yeah, my platform. So try again. See ya. Yeah, we kind of do, don't we, Darby? Hi, Jamie. Thank you, honey. I mean, I don't know what normal is. I just know I'm not normal, so. If you want someone who's normal, well, you're in the wrong place. That's what I can tell you. Of course, I make a mess over here. Miss my garbage can. I'm gonna throw this in the garbage bag before I trip on it or step on it and then slide. And then y'all see me do a split, and that can't happen. I don't even know if I can do a split anymore. I used to be able to. I don't know about now. I seriously doubt it. I'd have to try. If I stretch my legs out, I could eventually. That's funny, baby. Yeah, I don't know what normal is. Obviously, normal didn't show up on my doorstep. It's like I tell people all the time, I didn't fall out of a coconut tree today. And I didn't fall out of a coconut tree yesterday either, nor a turnip truck, but I don't know, maybe I did, and I just didn't realize it. And maybe that's what's wrong with me now. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Here y'all go. Yeah, I see that. There you go. From one of my Epic cards. And this is the couples edition one. I mean, and all I did was split the deck and just look at the bottom. It's like, I can't make this up given what we were just saying, or what I was just saying just now. See, Spirit got a sense of humor. So, maybe I'm not playing with a full deck myself either. I don't know, Sage, what's normal. I need to go through and these cards are still stiff because it's still a brand new deck that I haven't shuffled, but maybe a handful of times. Well, that's also very true. Yeah, that's what it is. That's funny. I know, we're the same age, Nikki. I'm 44 too. Hey, Karen. Read that. Isn't that the truth right there? Though people confuse them as being the same thing. Oh my goodness. You can't sleep, Karen. I don't remember if she was. No, thank you, Nikki. I feel like I'm only 25 still. But, you know, 25, 44, it's just a number to me anymore. Well, thank you, Darby. I think for the most part that's true. No, I've seen some examples where it wasn't, but you know, I ain't saying nothing. Hi, George. How you doing, baby? Yeah. No, that's beautiful, Darby. Well, hopefully, you know, by the time I'm 60, I'll still look like I'm, you know, in my 30s. Maybe, you know, I'll be pushing 40. Does she? Hey, Darby. There are some young guys out there who want a real woman, who believe, you know, that women age like fine wine. I know, George. You know, it's crazy, baby, because I was just thinking about you the other day. I realized I hadn't seen you in a minute. I hope so. I hope I do. You know, hey, some of them perverts out there have been waiting for me to start an OnlyFans. Maybe when I'm 60, maybe I'll start one then. Because by then, I'm just not going to really care. Oh, my goodness. I'm playing, y'all. I can't do that. Don't matter how old I am. I just can't. They would like it, though, if I did. Yeah, I just don't know if I can take myself there. But some would truly like it. I can't do it. Have you, Sage? I don't even know what that is. I'd have to look it up. And that's funny, Darby. Yeah, I mean, I would have come up with something funny for that. That's so true, Nikki. And they'll pay the money for it too, apparently. There's somebody that I follow. I had to mention her last night, and she's a beautiful girl, mid-30s. I want to say she said she's 34. I want to say mother of 3 or 4, married, you know, beautiful, beautiful black girl. And not that it matters, but some people always make a big deal of this, which just blows my effing mind to this day. You know, people, I don't know why they get mad when people don't marry their own ethnicity. But so her husband is white, and they have a great life. You know, he has a great job, makes a good living. Well, she just recently had a boob job done. She looked great. She's in great shape, you know. And so apparently she went through and started an OnlyFans. And, you know, she must have a good following. between there and I think she's on another social media site. Can't remember which one she said. Might have been one or two other ones. So you would think someone who's, considered, beautiful by society standards, at least from my perspective, just my perspective, and it's just me though, that they wouldn't feel the need to have to show off or prove themselves, so to speak. Um, but apparently she was getting comments from people talking about, you know, oh, she's living this, luxurious lifestyle and, all because she married a white guy, is what I think they were saying to her. Well, it must have riled her up enough where she went through and pulled out her tax returns, her when she filed her taxes, and also pulled out what looked like her um, part of the mortgage contract for when they bought their house, and felt the need to share that on social media. The actual documents. I mean, yeah, she covered up the important parts, except for like the numbers and such, um, to show what her monthly mortgage payment is and what she made this past year. And she's like, yeah, well, guess what? I was the breadwinner. I made more money last year than my husband did. But y'all want to go over here and, throw hate and, do all this. That I don't understand. Because I don't feel a need to have to tell people that or have to prove myself. And I feel bad for her because I'm trying to make sense of this. Like, and I told her, it's like, you're a beautiful girl. Who cares what the hell they say? Keep living your life. It's your life. You look like you got a wonderful life. You look very happy. And she looks genuinely happy. Her and her husband both, you know. And she got beautiful kids. Like, forget these people out here who want to throw hate at you. The hell with them. That's not why you're here. You're here for the ones who really are behind you, who want to see you succeed, who are happy to see you succeed. And I let her know, I'm here, and, as I said just a few minutes ago, I would never do an OnlyFans. I'm not that type of woman. But I'm not going to go through and throw shade or, be that way because someone else is doing it. If they're comfortable with doing that, that's great for them. I have no problem with it. I just can't do it myself. But I will have no problem supporting others out there who choose to do that if that's what they want to do. You know, that's their business, it's their life. You know, do what makes them happy. But just the fact she had to put that out there, I feel bad for her. Someone could get to her that much to make her have to do that. Cause me, it's like if you don't believe, that I'm happy or I got what I have, I don't care. Go kick rocks. I don't need to prove myself is the point. And that's like, when I've said in, the past, when it comes to where some people get judged about, oh, well, you're beautiful, you're attractive, you got everything going for you, you have no problems, you're not dealing with what I'm having to deal with because, I'm not considered attractive like you, that kind of, attitude. When I've said to y'all in the past, there are so many beautiful people out there, both men and women, who are considered, attractive, gorgeous by society standards, that look like they got everything going for them. They should be very happy, very comfortable in their skin, confident, all those things, even to the point of being um, conceited, arrogant, having big, huge ego, that kind of thing. But I told y'all, there's so many of them. Though they look like they have it all. Because if it were you, as we all say, you wouldn't be worried about all these people. And I tell y'all, there's most of them who aren't still happy. There's an empty void in them that's missing somewhere. And she is a prime example of that. And it's sad because I just don't get it. I don't get why, like I said, why you would feel the need to have to prove yourself. They're not living your life. They're not paying your bills. Like, I mean, if they're out there, buying a membership, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, they're contributing towards it, yes, but those people aren't. At least majority of them wouldn't be, you know. That's why they keep doing all this, wanting to bring her down. That's the other thing they're trying to do, you know, and that's what I mean. Like all them, you know, crazy trolls out there, you know, and my haters who want to see me fail, but it's not going to happen because you can't get to me. You'll never break me. Unfortunately, there's people out there that can break this woman though. And I just hate to see it. It's a bloody shame. It's a bloody shame to see a beautiful woman like her out there, you know, doing what she feels is best for her and her family. That, you know, living the great life, should be fully happy, not have a care in the world. But she does care what she's going through and having to defend herself in that way. And I just feel really, really bad for her. I feel sad for her. And I hope one day that soon that she comes to realize she doesn't need their approval. And she sure in hell shouldn't feel the need to have to prove herself. You either believe her or you don't. That's your choice. If you don't, there's the door kind of attitude like I have. So it truly is, Sage. Yeah, because she was going around, hi Joseph, she was going around telling, like she made it to the top 1% of OnlyFans. I think is what they said, or what she was saying. But haters always gonna hate. No, Sonia, well, I'm glad, honey. Yes, you are, George. Keep believing that, baby. You know, I just want people to be proud of themselves and not care what the outside world is doing. You know, it's your world, it's your life, live it. As long as you're not hurting people or animals, you know, you have the best, you know, good intentions and you're obeying the law, that kind of thing. Who am I to sit here and tell you what you should be doing with your life, whether I agree with it or not? Like I said, you know, I can still support somebody and cheer them on, even if I may not necessarily agree with what they do. I can still show my support. So, and I do, I show my support for her. And I, like I said, it really, you know, it hurts my heart for her. It really does. So I don't know how, like, what I can say to her so she don't feel the need to have to do something like that again. I would hate for people to cause her to want to quit or give up on doing what she's doing if that's what's making her happy and such. Hey, off grid. Hmm. Yeah, well, you know what, Danny? Not here on my channel. Try again. See you, bye. Exactly, Karen. That's how I feel. Every person's the same. You know, nobody should be, you know, knocking each other down like that. There's no room, no need for all that. Why? You know, to go through and throw shade and knock someone else down like that who's at the top of their game, so to speak, speaks more about the people who are trying to attack her. It says a hell of a lot more about them than what they're trying to say about her. And that was the other thing I had to remind her of. You know, like all the super trolls coming here, want to act a fool with me. It's like, you know, you're just showing who you are. You keep acting a fool with me, and no, and what you say isn't true. But obviously, it must be true about you, though, for you to come in here and want to, you know, project it onto me. So, Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that, Sonia. It makes me feel good to know that. You know, Funky Boy, I don't know why you're here. Exactly, Bob. I mean, Funky Boy, if that's what you think, I don't know why you're here. You're wasting your time. Because I matter to a lot of people. You may not know that, but I do. See? Because they show up for me every night. I'm here. And yeah, many of them have sent me money. So try again. You know, if you really think you can come in here and act a fool with me, try again. Well, I'm glad I earned your respect. I don't know what that one comment was for then. Oh, I don't let people get to me. I'm talking about people getting to somebody else that I support. And they're winning, unfortunately. She let them know the other day that they're winning, and it's just sad to see. Hi, real heart. How you doing? Hmm. So, and I get, that stuff's not for everybody out there. What is what she does or what I do? That's okay. I'm not trying to be for everybody. No matter what I do or how hard I try, I won't be for everybody. And I'm okay with that. No, I'm gravy. Oh, Nikki, I mean, I went through and I pulled a couple cards just a minute ago. I was showing y'all. And I already did a collective reading a few hours ago. Actually, more than a few hours ago. It's 5 o'clock. Holy cow. So, yeah, I am. And I'm gravy. I'm as gravy can be. Um, it's my 1 year channel anniversary, so. Hi, James. Yes, it has so far, James. You know it's been a quiet night, but that's alright. Thank you. Appreciate it, y'all. Can't believe it's already been a year that I've been on this channel. Doesn't feel like it. It went by very fast, I can tell y'all that. Can't figure out where all that time went. Absolutely. Okay, Sonia, you take care of yourself too, honey. And thank you. See you next time. Oh, great. Okay, Darby, send it to me, honey. I understand. No, thank you, James. Hi, Saul. Wow. Well, dang, Darby, you got a different look than I got, honey. Oh, wait. That's something else. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Thank you, James. Oh, thank you, Sage. Sounds good, beautiful. I hope you get some good sleep, honey, and sweet dreams to you. I'll be back tonight. I don't know about Sunday. I haven't made my decision yet if I'm gonna come on Sunday, but I'll be back tonight. If it's slow Saturday night, then I'll probably take Sunday off, but we'll see. Absolutely, Nikki. There's always something. There's always some nonsense with people. I know, Karen. Well, it did not but rain earlier tonight and all day. I mean, it started lightning, and now it's like nada, nothing. But there's still clouds out there. Okay. I'd like to know how they found you. Oh, thank you, Sage. Not to you too, beautiful, sweet dreams. I know, Nikki, you're so lucky. Oh, I miss home. I miss home for that reason. It hardly ever rains in California. Strong wind and rain on tin roof. I think that would drive me crazy, Bob. But then again, it could actually do the opposite, because, and I recall sleeping somewhere. Maybe it was my in-laws' house where I could hear the rain. And it sounded like a tin roof, like a metal roof. It wasn't like a roof I got, it was metal. So I bet that's very peaceful, Bob. No, is that right? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I think so, Karen. I believe I did. Um, James, who you talking to? Yeah, some of them are. Oh, well, I'm not in California anymore. I lived there. I grew up around Los Angeles County. I still have family there. Yeah, I miss home. I miss it. I miss it a lot. You know, but I also understand when if I were to ever move back home, I know it wouldn't be the same either because I'm so used to things being a certain way. And now that I'm older, it may not feel the same to me like it used to. But I do miss being, out there in the city. I miss always having something to do. The only downside to it is it's so ungodly expensive to live out there. That's what I don't like. So, yeah. Oh, I have no doubt that it's probably changed a lot since I was home last. Given it's been over a decade since I stepped foot in California the last time. But, I've had an idea cross my mind, couple actually. Um, to where I may end up at some point living in California, even if it's only temporary, until I can get something else going. So I'm looking forward, if I were to live there, even if it's only temporary, until I can get something else going, it would be nice just to be there, even if it's temporary. Still will never understand why my ethnicity matters so much. But whoever was that guessed I'm Mexican or Native American, yeah, you know, 3 strikes are out. Not even close. I'm sorry, Darby. Dang, it got hot. I need who was it that's here that's from Hawaii that lives there? I need some of my tropical heritage flowers from Hawaii. That's what I need. Let me stick them in my hair. You know what would be funny though? Is they still would guess my ethnicity wrong. That would probably make them more so think I'm like from Latin America somewhere, probably. And it's just like what Diane G had said when we were on here talking one night. You know, if I was to put on a kimono, they would still guess me to be something other than part Japanese too. Oh, George, I love you too, honey. Oh, people, people, people. All right, Nicole. You get some sweet dreams, sweetheart. Don't forget, Nicole, say some prayers. Ask the divine to protect your dreams. Hopefully, you'll have some sweet dreams, or at least, at the minimum, maybe you won't dream at all to remember them. So you sleep through the night. So sweet dreams to your girlfriend. See you next time, honey. I mean, exactly, Karen. I'm still trying to figure that out myself, honey. I don't get it. Oh, I'm sending them your way, girlfriend. Love you too, honey. Thank you for stopping in, because I swear, Nicole, I was just thinking about you the other day, honey. I kid you not. Thank you for the compliments, y'all. Um, no habla español, because I'm not Spanish. I don't know why you assumed I am. Exactly right, Karen. Closed-minded. Just to put me in one box. Like, it just makes no sense. Still. Well, thank you, Jimfo Perez. Hi, Christina. Thank you, honey. You know, Nikki, like, I just don't understand. Like, come on, people. There's so many beautiful different ethnicities out there that have my features, but everybody only thinks in one or two categories. I'm either, let's see, Native American or um from Latin America somewhere. No, Nikki, but you're closer than most, beautiful. Most people do think I'm Filipino, but you're closer than most, beautiful. Mm-mm. I'm Japanese, Hawaiian, English, Irish, and Scandinavian. Oh, thank you, George. Oh, same to you, George. I hope you've been doing well. I hope your wifey or your girlfriend. Wait, I can't remember what she is to you. Wife or girlfriend, whichever one. I hope she's doing better too, honey. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, I'm a Hans 57. All mixed up, but the right mix. Spicy mix at that. Yeah, beautiful people. If y'all want a personal reading, this y'all's last chance to get it for $30. If not, starting Saturday, when I come back tonight, it'll be $40 US. And that's right, Nikki. Sweet and spicy and everything nice. And in between. Hello, Turcula. I didn't say that right. I'm getting tongue-tied. Turcular. If I didn't say that right, I'm sorry, honey. I gotta be a little spicy. I mean, hell, my mama was a rebel after all. You gotta have a little rebel in me somewhere. And everything in between. Oh. If only this had a couple other words in it, you know, this would be a good one to show the trolls, too. It just needs some extra, I don't know, it needs a couple extra words. Because it says right here on this side. And then the other side says this. But it's like it's missing that extra oomph. It's missing part of my personality in there. Like the other card that I got. Show them so they can stop hating, Nikki. I mean, you know, it's like I always tell them. They want to come here and mess with me. Well, you know. The divine always shows up right on time for me. You know. Because I have a special card just for them trolls and perverts that want to come here and act a fool with me. Okay, Darby. Well, thank you for being here, beautiful. Sweet dreams to your girlfriend. Good night, honey. So this one says, you know, for all the trolls and the perverts, I always pull this one out. And I love that card. I can't get enough of that card right there. Well, Christina, sweetheart, I don't read for zodiacs, honey. I read a collective, so I do a free collective reading at the beginning of every stream. And everything else after that are paid readings. I don't know who you're talking to, aka my thought. Um, hooray for everyone you put in the room. Oh, really? So let's see. You gonna pay for everyone? AKA my thought? That's the only way you can tell me what to do. You better put up or shut up. Don't come in here and be acting foolish and be giving orders. Because this is not your channel. It's my channel. Because last I checked, let's see, where is it? There's only one person that's holding the, no, the power on this stream. And, you know, I just suggest you remember that. Because last I checked, you know, it was me. Not you, me. That's why I got this from one of my subscribers. Hi, the cool guy. Exactly, Nikki B. You tell him, girlfriend. You want me to give everybody a reading? Hey, pay up or shut up. It's the only way that works. Because, see, what so many people don't understand is I don't work for free. Like, I would not expect y'all to work for free. So why should I? And, you know, yeah, it costs money for the electricity that supplies the stream. Oh, and my internet, need to pay for that too. And all these decks that I use to do my readings from, those are very expensive. And I gotta pay for those too. Because they're not gifted to me. I bought them. And also my time. High antiquity. Yes, I'm still on, honey. I was gonna get off here soon. But because it's my anniversary night, I decided to stay on a little bit longer. Well, you know, depressed, that's you. That's not me. I do enjoy my job, what I do, but I don't do it for free. And the thing about it is, for several months when I started this channel, I did do a lot of readings for free. A lot. A lot of individual readings at that. And people took too much advantage to the point that my spirit team told me no more. Because they saw me getting drained. And they saw the energy shift and they didn't like it. So they put their foot down with me and said no more. That people, if they really wanted and valued me, they would pay for my time. Because as they will tell you, the messages are free. It's my energy that's not. That too, Nikki. Because, you know, so many people seem to think that stuff's supposed to be handed over for free, and it doesn't work that way. It can be draining, honey. That's why my spirit guides put their foot down with me. There's been nights they'll block me. They will not allow me to continue reading because they see I get drained. Um, and that's what ended up happening with me for a couple of days. I could not use them. They wouldn't come through for me to help me. Um, so, and I got told why. Okay, I understood. And they were right. Because I was being taken advantage of by people who honestly felt I should be on here to entertain them. Like, I'm just here for attention, and that's not what this is. I'm here to help y'all in y'all's, life, in your journey if you're looking for guidance. It's like going to a counselor or a therapist, you can say. Only difference is your therapy session is with spirit. So, and I'm just the mediator between you and spirit. That too, Nikki. So many of them forget that. Oh, thank you, Antiquity. Exactly right, Brandon. In fact, that's what I named my business. It has intuitive, in fact, in it. Intuitive consultants. Exactly, Nikki. Much love to you too, George. I think so, Brandon. Like I said, I don't mind helping people. I mean, I enjoy helping people. And I enjoy what I do. I genuinely do. I genuinely want to help people, but it should not come to me at a cost where it taxes my body out. So, and that's when Spirit put their foot down with me and said no more. So, I made the agreement with my spirit guides that I would do a general collective to help for those who may not have the money to pay me. Okay. Take whatever messages come through in the collective reading. That's being provided for free. But, personal individual readings, they said no, that people needed to pay for my time, my energy. And I think, at some point, even my spirit guides were getting tired, so that's why I did all that. And they told me, yeah, they're not gonna allow it to continue on, so I have to listen to them. No. You're welcome, honey. I appreciate y'all. I know not everybody does that, but most of them were. And the sad part about it is I noticed many of them they don't come around anymore. Once I started charging, they don't come around anymore. So that speaks for itself too. And I think my spirit guides wanted me to see that. To make me realize that people were just taking advantage and abusing me in that way. What do you mean, Antiquity? I know you sent the donation. Beautiful, and I appreciate you. About why before 21 years old you get diagnosed. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about, Antiquity. What you mean, sweetheart? So I can make sense of this to better help you, girlfriend. Exactly, Nikki. You know what I mean? And it's sad that they really showed their true colors. So, in that way. So, I learned from that. Like I said, I don't mind helping people when they genuinely are in need. But then I can sense that out too. There's someone here who, not to call anyone's names out or anything, but someone bought them a reading not that long ago. And one of my subscribers, one of my great subscribers had came in the other day and made a donation to cover a couple of readings for a couple people who wanted them, which, you know, he was just telling me who, you know, more or less needed them. And that person was like, I'd like a reading. Didn't even ask nicely. Like they expected it, and almost it came across as demanding even in a sense. And I told them no. You know, they already got a reading paid for by someone else recently. No, that's not right. It needed to be for others who genuinely needed it at the time, because that person's been in here and they still haven't bought a reading, period. So I'm not going to let them take advantage of other people's generosity like that. And yes, I can normally sense it. I can pick up on the energy who are in desperate need. My spirit guides will let me know too. So I try to be fair to everyone as best I can. But yes, Nikki, they do. Many of them do feel entitled. Like that person really acted entitled. Yep, there's that part of it too, Bob. You're right about that too, baby. That's happened before as well. So, hold on, honey. Let me put a few of these decks up real quick so I can make some money. Put this one. Whoa. Oh, thank you, honey. You too, sweetheart. Thank you. Okay. Antiquity. Let me see, honey. I think you put it in your thing. Okay, honey. Antiquity, I see it in here, beautiful. Okay, I think I understand what you're suffering with. So what's your exact question? Antiquity, honey. Oh, thank you, Nikki. I wore this because this is my mama's favorite color. Because not only is it my 1 year channel anniversary, it just so happens to be my mama's birthday too. It's like that was spirit telling me I was supposed to do this. It just so happened to be landed on her birthday. So I'm thankful, That was like my mama telling me from heaven that she supports me. And this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So I wore this color just for her. Hi, Diane. How you doing, beautiful? It's good to see you, honey. I noticed you was on the other day, but I didn't see the notification or I didn't get it. Yeah, I'm happy you made it. Thank you. I can't believe it's been a year, Diane. It doesn't feel like it at all. This year's gone by so fast. It really, it's like, in many ways, it seems like I've only been here maybe 6 months. So it's hard to believe it's been a year. So I appreciate everyone who has supported me, including you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, Antiquity. I think I understand now what you're asking, honey. Um, beautiful, I don't even have to poke, I really don't even have to poke, cards on that. And this may sound crazy to you, Antiquity, but hear me out. Um, before we incarnate into our current life we're in, we make a contract up in the heavens with the divine of what we come here to do, what our purpose is, what we're meant to learn. We even make the decision as far as like, do we get married? Do we stay single? Do we have kids? Do we not have kids? We even make that decision. If we choose to have kids, how many kids? And then it comes to be in this life, okay? And people always confuse the two about free will. Well, everybody's like, well, what about free will? I'm not saying that you don't still choose what you do and how you live your life here while you're here. But there are certain things in your life that's already pre-planned before you even get here. And it depends on what those lessons are that you are meant to come here to learn. So, like what you were asking me about, it's kind of one of those things, okay? Well, how do you adjust in this life dealing with certain issues and, what's the difference, like how you learn or how you adapt to someone who may not have, um, a condition like yours. So it's people, you know, often will say to me, well, so you're meaning to tell me like someone comes here and they decided like they're going to get, um, I hate to use this example, but it's the only one I could think of. We'll just say someone chooses to be murdered, we'll say. Yes and no. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and say that there still aren't evil people who do cruel things to people. Um, and it all really comes down to also your beliefs. Because not everybody's going to believe the same. They're not going to agree with the same thing. Like one person may tell you, well, yeah, but, you know, we've all been, you know, in this life or from a past life where we honestly made a decision, you know, to have our life shortened and learn what it's like to die in a cruel way, such as someone murdering us. Others will disagree. It all depends on who you ask. The same way, um, like I'll use me as an example. I was told from my past life, I came here, I was in an abusive marriage in a past life. And, but on the other side of that, mine, you know, I was meant to learn what it was like to be in a marriage or in a romantic relationship where, unfortunately, yeah, I was being beaten by my spouse. But then in the next life, it could be the complete opposite, where I would have come back, you know, in my next life and turn around, the tables be turned. Then I become the actual spouse who abuses my spouse. You know, it's learning the different ways, you know, us as humans interact, how we integrate, um, how we treat each other, um, what we learn from it, you know, all those different possibilities and different scenarios. And I know that sounds crazy to some. Exactly, Nikki. Your divine purpose, and it's meant to help you for when you're back up there in the heavens, you know, or you go to a different universe or a different galaxy, because in order for you to help, like be a spirit guide to someone that's in the physical, you know, after you live out your life here, you know, you go back to heaven, you can either decide whether you incarnate, you know, right away or you wait. Most I hear wait. But there are some who choose to come back right away. And, but the ones who end up staying up there, you know, like being on vacation and spending time, you know, with loved ones up there, um, they become spirit guides to people down here in the physical. Well, how do you help guide someone here in the physical if you haven't been through it yourself already? So take like a medical doctor for an example. You know, we'll just say, you know, my grandfather was a medical doctor. You know, we're just talking, you know, not literally, you know, just, you know, we're using this as an example. Um, and he passes away, which my grandfather is, you know, he wasn't a doctor, but he's in heaven. Well, he now then chooses, you know, to be someone else's spirit guide. Well, who is he going to be a spirit guide to? Well, usually it's to someone who is following in the same footsteps of what that person themselves lived in, you know, in the most recent, in their, you know, most recent past life. So because he would have been a doctor, it would make more sense for him to be a spirit guide to someone who is going through medical school, you know, aiming to be a doctor, or is already in practice and is practicing medicine. It is, that's the scenarios. Um, Antiquity, beautiful, I would not be against you going to a shaman. You know, because I don't think medical doctors have all the answers. Okay, beautiful. Sometimes I think it takes a holistic approach or a spiritual approach. You know, I don't think any of us should be closed minded to any of it. You know, I would encourage you to follow what your intuition is telling you. If you feel like your spirit guides are telling you you should go see a shaman, you know, I would encourage you to go to one. You know, do what you feel is right. Because you got to remember, beautiful, no matter what anyone else tells you, it still comes down to you making your own choice for yourself by using your discernment. You know, as I always try to say to y'all, you're the CEO of your life. You hire, fire, and promote accordingly. So, and that to me applies to all aspects of life. So, I know others who've gone to, you know, whether you want to call them witch doctors, shaman, um, what's another word for them? Outside of a holistic approach, there's another label out there. I know who have gone. Um, but I'll pull cards. I mean, you did ask, do you think, you know, what you're dealing with is a curse? I'll pull cards and see if that comes out to find out if it could be a curse. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Antiquity. But I get that, though. So let me see. There's actually... I had a deck in mind as I was saying something before I read your comment. Besides using a tarot deck I can pull from. Which one was it? Oh, I think I know which one it is. Let's see. It has that one card in it. And man, I just got another deck. I had a card in it. I remember seeing. This is first. Another deck somewhere. It'll come to me. Let me see what comes out for you. Beautiful. You know, Antiquity. No, your mom would be wrong about that. You know, because I'm really wondering. I thought I mentioned this before, but we'll see. about you being like a high priestess. You know, hearing voices does not always mean you have some sort of mental illness. And that's the problem with, you know, with the majority of society, because they don't believe in people like me or possibly even you who are tuned in a spirit. Because you may not be hearing, you could be hearing voices, but it's not in the context of what your mom is saying. Like, you're suffering with some kind of mental disorder. It's because you're tuned in to the spirit world, possibly. And so, I'm waiting for my spirit guys to come through and help me with this and show me. I'm just looking for the right deck. Because I hear voices, antiquity, not all the time, but understand me. Why am I hearing them? Well, there's a few reasons why. One is because my spirit guides are talking to me. Another reason is because, which is really the same thing. Being tuned in the spirit. It's my clairaudience ability. When you think of like a psychic medium, that's how they communicate. Some of them are able to hear people from the spirit world speak the same way you and I are, you know, having a conversation. You know, say if you were actually in front of me, I would hear your voice just as much as you're hearing mine right now. So, but people choose to not believe in those types of things, so it sounds like your mama don't believe. And, you know, that's fine. She's entitled to her beliefs. Doesn't make it true, though. Doesn't make it a fact, you know what I mean? So, I want to see if, one of these abilities comes out. Oh, that was the other deck I wanted to pull from. No, I know. Find it to it. Yep, Teddy waves. He winks. Just so you know he's back there. Most people who come to me already know this, though. Okay. High priestess. Let me see. You are so funny. Alright, spirit.
Nicole Hines. Is that who y'all talking about? She was here earlier. Yeah, she was here. She went to bed, so.
So. First. Antiquity, beautiful. I don't feel like you're cursed, honey. I'm not getting anything that's telling me that you're cursed. In fact, like the card I'm looking for isn't coming out. And I even turned over my tarot deck to get just a straight yes or no. And I got 4 no's. So I feel I feel like you need to follow your intuition. I feel like you need to go and see that shaman like you're being called to do. Um, I feel like you're being overstressed over things going on in your life, whether that's pertaining to what you do for your career or in your personal life or a little bit of both. And I feel like it's getting the best of you. But with all that being said, Antiquity, I went through and pulled some cards from my Psychic and Spiritual Gifts deck. Because I wanted to see if one of those cards would come out that I'm looking for. And to my, not so surprised, and I'm not, a couple of them did come out for you. You feel called to go see a shaman. Well, I feel like it's more than just to help with your healing. I feel like you were a shaman like me in a past life. And that's why you're being called to go see someone. Because I feel like you'll make that spiritual connection by going to see one. Because I feel like in this life, that's also possibly what you're being called to. Because I got shamanism right here. Spirit showing me this is one of your gifts that you can use. So I feel like you going to see a shaman is more than just, looking for that healing, spiritual healing, or anything along those lines. And it says, discover the shamanic powers within you, call upon the universal forces of the spirit worlds, and open up your life to natural healing, which is also hearing from the spirit world in this regard. Antiquity. Um, I feel like one of your abilities is being able to hear like I can. You hear the spirit world. You hear what others cannot. You hear behind the veil. You know how they, describe seeing behind the veil. Um, well, maybe you can see, but you can also hear when the other side speaks, like I can. Um, and Spirit's even confirming, you're also a messenger, Antiquity, because the other card I got is the messenger. You receive messages from the universe and distill them into messages that can be received by those who would benefit from them. Messenger. So I feel like you're supposed to connect to the spirit world so you can go through and help others here in the physical plane. It's, known as clairaudience, in case, you didn't hear me earlier. Um, there's some who have this ability and some who don't. I feel like you're hearing from spirits and, I think they're trying to get your attention. You mentioned drugs, which does have me concerned, but it's not like you're doing any kind of heavy drugs. I mean, people do smoke pot. I don't. But when I was a teenager, you know, most kids, they do stupid stuff, and I was one of those stupid kids where I tried it, and for a short while, I would smoke it before I went to sleep to help me sleep, but I didn't like it because it made me lazier, when I woke up the next day, almost like I had a hangover, even though I've never had a hangover from drinking alcohol. But, when I describe the feeling I feel from it, when I woke up, people described it, well, that sounds like a hangover. Okay, well, that's how I felt, and I didn't like it, so I stopped it. But I don't feel that would cause you to start hearing voices that, you would feel could be tied to something else. And it's not saying that, there might not still be something there, antiquity, because you can still have both. Both can still really be true. And it's crazy that you asked the question you did, because I did say that earlier tonight, that, people can still suffer some type of mental disorder, but also have a psychic gift. That both can be true at the same time. And so it can be hard to discern the difference. What I would say to you is, what are those voices telling you? Now, is it telling you to harm yourself or harm someone else? Well, that would be more of that mental illness. Now, could you have a potential attachment that make you have those negative thoughts? Yeah, that could also be true. But does that mean you're cursed? No, not necessarily. It just means that you've been around other people who had that kind of negative energy, and they just, attached onto you. It's not to say that, you could have been out somewhere by yourself and that spirit could have been attached to someone else, and you just happen to walk by them and they just decided they want to attach onto you instead. That does happen too. Um, I feel like you need to trust what your intuition is telling you, though. What are your senses telling you? Because the other thing that I got um, is clairsentience. And clairsentience is the ability to feel the energy in the room around you. Is that you can feel the vibration. Like, if you've ever walked into a room and you've been in that room by yourself, there's nobody else physically in the room. It's just you. But yeah, you feel like someone else is there. Like, you get the feeling like someone's watching you. Even though you're physically alone, but you feel like someone's there. That's clairsentience. And that's the other gift I got. So have you experienced this as well? Antiquity, you know, beautiful. I would, encourage you to look into these abilities. Um, because, the question you asked me, you know, I can see that you have been not sleeping well. I can, I see where things seem to be stressful, like where you should be relaxed. Um, you're still getting lost in your thoughts. Um, which could be the voices, but again, antiquity, what are those voices saying to you, beautiful? Are they telling you to hurt yourself? Or is it like a calming, loving message coming across, trying to help guide you, direct you, or trying to get you to connect to one of their loved ones so you can, like, be the mediator between, the physical world and the spirit world? Because that's what a psychic medium does. It's also, part of, the shamanism part here too, which antiquity, I pulled this card out. You asked me if, you should go see a shaman. This card's right here. So I want you to know, antiquity, I feel like you should. You really should go see a shaman, honey. I feel like it would help you. And if you are feeling called to it, explore it. Don't be afraid of it. And, oh, hold on, antiquity. Excuse me. Oh, let's see. Raja Haran Azit. If I didn't say your name right, I'm sorry. No, excuse you. Don't be rude. Where's your manners? I suggest you get some. No, I was not talking to you. My moderator answered your question for me because you see, you didn't read the room. I said who I was speaking to, and my moderator made that clear. Is your name Antiquity? No, it's not. Did you pay me for a reading? No, you did not. Don't be rude. Coming in and interrupting my stream? No, I don't tolerate that nonsense. Okay? I'm only addressing the people who come in here who have respect, manners. And let's see, yeah, I don't read for free. So let's just make that clear. I mean, obviously, y'all don't seem to read the posted comment that's in the chat that you'll see at the top or at the bottom. You know, unless you're blind, apparently. But you see, you're not that blind, you just refuse to look there. Because I see it. You know, I see it on my screen right now. Oh, and if I was to open up my other device and open up this stream, it would be the first thing that would pop up. So, I made myself clear in that posted comment. Don't be rude. I don't appreciate the, disrespect, whether it's to me, my channel, or to my moderators, or anyone else that's in here who's being respectful. And I appreciate you interrupting my reading. That's rude. Get out. Time for you to go to. Go puke somewhere else. So, forgive me, antiquity. Beautiful. Your recent past energy is showing me you've been in this, Four of Swords, which this is supposed to be a time for relaxation, to rest, to rejuvenate, to recharge. But I don't feel like you've been able to do that because you've been in this Nine of Swords energy along with it. Instead of resting well, you've been like this card right here. Not able to sleep, stressing, overthinking everything. And that's not good. Whether it's for your, emotional, spiritual, mental well-being, plus your physical, um, or one of each, but it's all connected. And, if it's your spirit guides trying to talk to you even, which is a very good possibility, you could be hearing your spirit guides. Like I said, it depends on what the messages are. What are the voices saying to you? And that would tell you in itself. If it's telling you to harm yourself or harm others, then yeah, that's your mental illness. If it's something along the lines of comfort, love, support, guidance, trying to heal yourself or others, that's more of those messages you want to hear, because that's their spirit team, your spirit guides, or possibly even a crossed over loved one, or even a great ancestor that you didn't know in this life, but they're your great ancestors coming forward to help you, to guide your way. So, I see you in your present energy right here in the Seven of Pentacles, taking time to invest in yourself, trying to lay down the foundation, like you said, in your career. Um, I feel like you need to do more and take more time out for yourself, to relax, and wait for the fruits of your labor to blossom. You know, I feel like you're kind of getting in your way, and it's causing you to be in this hangman position where you feel like you're getting stuck and you can't see your way out with this hangman here. Um, I feel like you're being pulled in multiple directions, which that could be also connected to your career, what you're trying to do, but also looking at the other side of it. Is there another reason behind what you're experiencing? As you say, you're a caseworker or a social worker, so you're trying to also be there to help diagnose others. And could that be hard to do when, you got other noise going on in your head? Yeah, I could see that. And I think it's wise that you did go on your medication for it, you know. So don't feel like you made a mistake doing that. I feel like you got to walk through this to find out for yourself, because it's like I said, part of your reason for being here, I feel, was for you to experience life in this way. And can it be confusing? Yes. You overthinking it can make it more confusing. Yeah, that's possible too. Um, because I feel like you're going through a huge shift in your life. Um, things that should feel like you're succeeding and doing the right thing, you know, in certain aspects of your life, are taking a major hit. Um, because I get the Six of Wands, and Six of Wands is all about victory. You know, crossing over the finish line, reaching your goals, your ultimate dreams. The only problem with that is you also have the Tower card here, which do not get lost in here in the Tower, okay? Because sometimes the tower just means change, which we all have change. But the Tower is coming in upside down in reverse. And the energy I get from this is there's just this fear of change, this fear of transition, this fear of not being able to adapt, the fear of not being in control. You can't control everything. That's part of what Spirit's here to do. And they're here to guide you, you know. It's not to say that you still don't have free will, because like I said, you do, but there's certain aspects that were already pre-planned before you incarnate into this life, as it is for all of us. You know, like, take me as an example. You know, like you know, you're a shaman, as this card keeps telling me. I was a shaman in a past life, which I was told I was supposed to bring some of those experiences and that knowledge into this life and apply it and use it to help people like you, to be like a healer, but also to answer my calling to my psychic abilities that I came into this life with, but also be here right now, like I am with you, to read tarot cards, which is another, you know, way of, you know, being a healer, a light worker, um, and such. So, are you going to answer your calling? You know, are you so dead set on continuing on the career you're currently on, or are you willing to pivot? Are you willing to change directions? I feel like for you, antiquity, I feel like another opportunity is trying to show itself to you. Um, because I get the Ace of Pentacles right here. And this is the advice, like Spirit showing me they're trying to gift you something. There's an opportunity here. And I feel like that opportunity could be if you were to go see a shaman to seek out help, where you would get more of an solid answer, where I feel like they would be able to take a deeper dive even to find out about this, you know, where the shamanism plays into, you know, you and how you can best equip yourself to help others if you want to be on this road to help heal people, to help them in some kind of way. Be of service is another word. Um, Spirit's just showing me that, again, the only problem with this is that you might squander this opportunity. Why? Because the moon card's right here, which is just telling me because you're afraid. You're afraid of changes. Because there's just so much of the unknown. You don't know. And it's not to say that you can't know, but there are certain things where even my spirit guides will block me. They won't give me the exact answer. Why? Because sometimes things still need to play out before I would be able to get a deeper dive to see what's coming ahead in the future, whether that's for me, for you, or for anyone else. Another reason is that Spirit is saying you're not meant to know yet. That will be revealed to you in divine timing when you're meant to know. So I I feel like certain things are throwing you off balance though. I feel like the stress in your life, I feel like yeah, if you are out there drinking more than maybe, having a couple of drinks one night a week or whatever, anything like that, could it be disrupting, your spirit energy, um, the spirit world trying to communicate with you? Yes, because anytime you deal with things like alcohol, even, smoking pot, it changes things for you, and everyone's different, okay? So it doesn't apply the same way, but generally speaking, especially when we talk about alcohol and other drugs that are more than just um pot, when we talk about the heavy duty drugs like heroin, cocaine, crack, those types of things. Um for people like me, I could never ever do anything like that. Not just because I would never want to do that, not just because I know it's not good for me and, it goes against my morals, values, or whatever, but because it would mess with me, with my gifts, with my psychic gifts, because by going through and being on those types of drugs, it will put you in a different mindset. And that kind of opens the door to putting your frequency in a low vibrational energy, which opens the door to the low vibrational entities that you don't want. And those are when they come in and will attach to you. You want to keep your frequency up here, not have it down here. So be careful with that, because people like me have to be careful, because we understand there's a risk by us going down that road, especially if it's something we do on a regular basis. Everything's okay in moderation, with the exception to, there's some things that it doesn't matter, even in moderation, it's bad. But like I was saying, alcohol, having a glass of wine or a cocktail, I mean, okay, but know where your limit is, and know the more you put in your body, the greater the risk of something negative, possibly even evil, coming in and latching onto you and draining you and messing with you, you know? So, or being around someone else who is around that kind of environment. They can just pick you up by you being around them. That entity could be lashed on, let's just say, to, you know, a sibling of yours. And let's just say your siblings out there partying all the time. And just you, being around them. Yeah, that entity that attached onto them now sees you. You're the, you look better than your siblings, so they latch onto you. So be mindful of that. But even seeking a shaman would be able to help you more with that too. Um, and would be able to confirm that if that's the case. Because the other one I get is the Justice card. And this is your outcome, possible future outcome. And this is just telling me, like, things are trying to be made fair, made balanced, made right. Karma kind of serving itself. Does that mean, you having what you're having is like because you did something wrong, now you suddenly hear these voices and, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the spirit is trying to help you balance out yourself and kind of get you grounded, is what I'm picking up. How you're giving, as you work in your career, you're trying to start your career. I get the Six of Pentacles here where you're supposed to be giving. There's an even exchange of energy. Six of Pentacles is all about charity, you know, giving of yourself if you have the resources to do, you know, and that person may give something back to you. Or think of like a romantic relationship, it's a give and take. Any type of relationship's a give and take. You just might be more of the one who's more equipped to give more than receive. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a matter of, you make sure you got to still balance your life. Make sure you're in line. Your spirit, your emotions, your heart, your mental space. Make room to make sure you're also being nurtured. You practice self love, self care. Because you can't go around filling up other people's cups when your cup is going dry or is already bare bone empty. And I feel like that's part of what's also going on here. Is you've taken on so much that you've already drained yourself. You know, you might already feel like you're emotionally or mentally bankrupt. And maybe you really don't have much to give right now. You know, we all go through that. You know, so the only answer to that is maybe you need to take, vacation time if you got it, to recharge, to recenter, reground yourself, and take that opportunity to go see a shaman. But do not, stop, seeing any other physicians. I would always encourage you to go see a medical doctor, especially if you feel you need to see one. You know, they're the experts. I'm not a doctor, so I have no right to give you medical advice in that way. I just don't, you know. That's why, it's frowned upon for anyone to do that, um, at least from my perspective. And, um, I feel like if you're already under the care of a doctor, keep going until something else speaks to you that's saying, well, okay, maybe I don't need to go see him anymore. But that's you. That's your judgment. Use your discernment. You know, don't just do it because I'm telling you. That's why I say you're the CEO of your life. You decide. Don't allow anyone else to make those decisions for you. What does your intuition tell you? This is, as people say, for entertainment purposes only. So understand me that I would look at both. I would look at the traditional medical side if I were you, but I would look at the holistic, the um, spiritual side of it, people who practice whatever you want to call it, a witch doctor, a shaman, but also check into what does your clairsentience tell you, your spider senses, your spidey senses. What is that saying to you? Does any of this stick out? Does any of this resonate? Does any of this, tackle where, yeah, that makes sense, and, is, your spirit guides or whatever those voices are, you know, telling you that, yes, that's the answer, or no, what is it that they're saying to you? It still comes down to that, which, you haven't answered me. If, they're telling you to harm yourself, if they're telling you to harm yourself, beautiful, um, then that would tell me that definitely isn't the clear audience side. That tells me that either you have an attachment or that's the possibly your medical side while you're seeking medical help. But if it's, calling you to go down, to see a witch doctor slash shaman, medicine woman, medicine man, whatever words you want to use, answer it. Definitely not what? Antiquity. Well, that's good to know then. I feel like you're meant to be a healer. I mean, and kind of what you told me you're doing for a living is part of that healing. Hello, Kendrick. Oh, thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Because I pulled one card from my oracle deck. This is the priestess of the light. And the card that I pulled for you is Healing Earth. And this is the power to give and receive healing, which falls into the category of being a shaman. Well, I appreciate you, Kendrick. It's just the thought that counts, baby. That means a lot to me, so thank you. Um, so it says, the priestess of the earth stands with her back against a sacred ancient tree, channeling life-giving energy to and from Mother Earth herself. It reveals that a time of great healing is at hand for you, for others, and even for the planet. If you have a physical concern, now is the time to call up earth energy and bring it into your body, mind, chakras, and energy system. You can also bring together divine healing rays to commune with the earth energy in your own heart center, radiating through every cell of your being. You have a powerful energy vibrating within, which can heal yourself and others. This is a calling to awaken that power and bring that loving energy to the people and issues that need it most. And this is also called upon for you to heal the earth. And, and you know, it says we are at a point in our shared karmic journey where we must make choices that honor our environment and bring healing to the land, the seas, and all its inhabitants of our precious planet. Know that you are a force in making this a reality. Sending your loving, healing intentions outward will bring blessings to the planet, to you, and to every creature. So, you're meant to heal yourself, heal others, help heal the planet, which a lot of that's needed. It's missing in the world, I gotta say. And then I pulled from my, I got this other oracle that's, it's a shaman oracle. And I pulled what is called Skybridge. And it's a possibility for union. And it says, you stand before a seemingly unbreachable abyss, and there is no possibility of retreat. The path behind you is no longer a viable option. You have to act soon. Though, or you run the risk of being stuck at the edge of the cliff. Life has brought you to this moment to offer you all these possibilities, but you must no longer postpone what you know to be inevitable. And yes, you are allowed a breath or two before the leap. So take a bit of time to yourself. Get away for a day or two of contemplation, or even for just a few minutes, walk to clear your head. Muster your courage so that you may cross the sky bridge. Because this card appears to you when you're absolutely right for a quantum leap. Life believes you are ready, even if you do not agree. Remember not to confuse your true state of readiness with your plans and preparation. Respond with a determined yes and let the universe take care of the details. You need only hold on to your positive affirmation, and the way will become obvious as you take flight and clear the abyss. So take flight, you know. Don't be afraid to cross that bridge. And yeah, I understand on the other side of that bridge, there's a lot that's not known still, and that can be scary. But you're meant to connect to it, you know. And I feel like that bridge is you being the messenger and the shaman. You're meant to cross that bridge, you know, to be like the high priestess, to be both in the physical and the spirit world at the same time. Like myself, you know, you got one foot here in the physical, the other foot in the spirit world. And you go back and forth as the mediator between both worlds. And I feel like Spirit's really trying to pull you out of that time of complacency where you've got maybe a little too comfortable with where your life was or where it was heading. That they're trying to get you to see, you know, here's the other part of your purpose. You know, you're meant to go through what you've gone through this far, so don't think you've made any missteps. But they need you to see this other part that you may have overlooked, or maybe you weren't ready to see it now yet, and now is the time that you start seeing it and opening up to it. to welcome it in. Because the other oracle card I pulled for you is from my native spirit deck. And what I pulled for you is the Song of the Wild. And it says, you are entering a period of expansion and going beyond your self-imposed limitations. Even if you feel hesitant, this is the time to try something new and do things in a different way. You might even visit a far off lands or wild natural places. Adventure often entails risk, but without it, life can become lackluster and stagnant. There's a vast new and wondrous vista just around the corner, but you'll never see it if you don't venture out. So Spirit's encouraging you to plan a trip. Take some classes that get you out of your comfort zone. Try new styles. Do the same things that you've always done, but in a new and different way. Push beyond your boundaries. Step out of character. Spend time in the wilderness. And I can't make this up. Like I said, Spirit's trying to pull you out of that complacent energy where you've gotten too comfortable. It's time to try something new or go about things in a different way. And they're calling you to this now. So it's up to you. Do you take the leap of faith? Do you free yourself from the constraints you have put yourself in this far? Or do you cross that bridge, to the other side where you can be that messenger between both worlds? The choice is yours, beautiful. As I said again, you're the CEO of your life. You make the final decisions here. Use your discernment. Spirit's going to support you no matter which decision you make, which path you choose, which way you choose to go. Let me pull an angel card for you real quick. And the angel card I got for you, beautiful, is Mary, Queen of Angels. Do not be afraid. And it says, you were born for this. Trust in your voice. Trust in your ability to articulate your thoughts. Trust in your capacity to use and share your gifts. If you are feeling scared or unsure about the next step, this is just showing how much you care about making a difference. Stand in the light of your soul. It is the only shield you need. In antiquity, this is the positive affirmation you can say to yourself, each day to help. And it is, I trust in myself, my voice, and my gifts. I am unafraid. I trust in myself, my voice, and my gifts. I am unafraid. And I think that's a beautiful positive affirmation to have, to say to yourself, especially if you do get scared, especially if there's those moments when you do get scared of, the voices you hear. Because let me tell you, all of us who have those types of abilities, we've all been scared out of our mind, to where many of us run away from our abilities, and we try and tune it out. We try and block it, even some have been known to use drugs and alcohol to try and drown it out, or use other medications to help drown it out, because, they're just afraid and they're not sure what to do, or they've been told they're crazy, or their own, maybe religion told them it's demonic. You know, there's so many different aspects to it, depending on who you are, the way you were brought up, you know, your environment, and so on, of different reasons of why people run away from it. Um, and I ran away from it. Like, I did not want anything to do with this, you know, when I started experiencing it at 6, 7 years old. No, I ran away from it, and I was so afraid of it, I wouldn't speak of it to anyone. And it just so happened I just ended up being, 14 years old and saw something happen in my living room with my grandmother. And I said something out loud that I didn't mean to say out loud, but I did, and she heard me. Well, it was too late. Grandma's already heard me, and I couldn't lie to her, so I had to tell her what I saw. And that's what opened the door for me to starting to see, to understand what I was experiencing. Even though I still thought, I was crazy or she was crazy, I wasn't ready back then to face it, partly because it scared me. But, things would change as time went by and more things would start to happen to where I become more comfortable and begin to start understanding more and more, little by little. And I reached that point where I knew I couldn't doubt it anymore. And I opened up to it completely and accepted it all for all of what it is, you know. And if it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't be here right now with you. So, did I answer my calling? I feel like I did. My spirit guide said I did. My calling was to do exactly what I'm doing right now. But I think there's more to it than that. Um, but I am answering my calling. Just being here with you, to helping people like you, and to help others, down the road who need me. For all the ones, who need some assistance, some guidance, and, are willing to pay me for my services. I'm willing to help as best I can. So, it depends on what you want to do now. It's still down to your choices. What do you want to do? You know, what hits you? What, just resonates deep within your soul? What makes your hairs on your body stand up to say, yeah, you know, that really hits home. And that will be your answer. But you got to trust you. Don't go around listening to everybody else. Don't pay attention to what everybody else around you says or what they think. It still comes down to what you think, what you feel. That matters. Because after all, this is your life. You got to live it. And don't forget that. Don't give your power away to anyone else to dictate or decide. Only you can decide. So make that decision. And that's what I have for you, Antiquity. Honey, I hope this reading has resonated for you. I truly hope it's helped to provide those answers and that clarity you were looking for and you are needing from me today to help you on your path. And I hope it's been uplifting for you. I hope it's, pointed you in the right direction of where to go from here, for you to, use your discernment to keep going forward, whichever road you go down. Um, and I just want to say thank you so much for trusting me again to read for you. It's been an honor, sweetheart. So many rude people. Oh, thank you, Bob. And thank you for helping me, baby. I appreciate you so much. Ouch. It's 7 o'clock now. No, honey. I'm glad I have. Believe in yourself. Confidence is so important. if you can't be confident in yourself, you know, it's hard to expect others to be confident in you. And it's not to say that, you know, people still can't, you know, be confident in you if you lack confidence. But, you know, it's the same essence, you know, you put out in the world. So be confident in what you have to offer and what you bring to the table, honey. You know, like I said, you may not have all the answers right away, but I feel like Spirit will show you what those answers are with every step you take. You know, when you get lost, confused, unsure, they'll be there. So thank you so much again, honey. Thank you for your love and support and for your donation. Okay. I've been here 9 hours. I'm thinking it's time to call it a night, Bob. What you think, baby? Hi, Felicity. How you doing, sweetheart? And thank you. Thank you so much. I had to wear blue because this is my mama's favorite color. So, yeah, I don't think so either, Bob. I think it's, you know, time to kind of call it a night. And then see what happens tonight. And then I'll decide if I'm gonna stream tomorrow night or not. But I'll at least come in tonight and stream Saturday night. Then we'll just leave the door open to decide about what I'm gonna do Sunday night. If I will or not. No. Good morning, Marie. Ah, so sweet of you, Felicity. Thank you, honey. You're gonna make me blush, girlfriend. Then I'll be a red Indian. Maybe. You never know, Bob. You know, look at me. It's like, you know, I can wear a Hawaiian lei around my neck, or hell, look at me when I put on my tropical, you know, dresses that, you know, have that tropical pattern to them. And no matter what, people still can't put 2 and 2 together and think that possibly, just possibly, especially when you take my name into consideration, that, yeah, I might be Hawaiian, but nope. I don't know, common sense ain't common no more, apparently, so. It's alright, baby. Hey, I don't either, especially at this hour. I think it's time to turn this light off. The sun's coming out. I might burn up, Bob. Uh-oh. Well, I guess I'm going to call it a night and shut it down, beautiful people. So I want to say thank you to everyone. Close the curtains, hide the garlic. Yeah, well, I ain't got no curtains in here. I don't even have any blinds in there. Too funny, Diane. Hi, Bonnie. I love garlic, so I would be in trouble. Well, I want to say thank you to everyone who came to support me tonight, you know, who was here Friday night to help me celebrate my 1-year channel anniversary and my heavenly mama's birthday. I don't think it's coincidence that my channel anniversary fell on her birthday. So that just lets me know that she's up there in heaven supporting me and smiling down. But I want to say thank you, everyone who's been through this wonderful journey with me over this past year. I couldn't have, you know, done this without y'all. And, you know, especially y'all's, you know, unwavering, you know, love and support and loyalty and, you know, y'all's donations. Thank you greatly. It really speaks volumes to me. I can't thank y'all enough. And so thank you so much, everyone. I will be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern time. So if y'all are around, please come by and see me. If y'all want to get a paid reading then, I'll be here to do a paid readings for everyone. And I hope y'all have a wonderful Saturday. Take care, beautiful people. Have a lovely day. Good night, y'all.